I can't talk to you. Hello. What's up? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have fantastic news for you. News you probably weren't anticipating unless you check our schedules, which you should do by following Saints Gaming CA on Twitter and all other social media platforms.
True.
But we have a League of Legends matchup here today, and we're going to change up the pace a little bit. It's not just going to be a regular old NACE or CLOL match. It is a bloodbath. We have teams from all different walks of lives here fighting for a chance to participate in the North American Challengers League, the road to Tier 2, Tier 1, and beyond. This is the sweet thereafter, and I am Daniil, also known as Patterson McGee, joined by the one and only Holy Juan Theo Ivanov. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing very well today. As you said, it's a big day. Open qualifiers team. Just trying to make it to that tier 2. And speaking of the players, we actually have an interview ready with Ricky Laferd, Daniil. So let's talk to him now. Ricky, good day to you, sir. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, gentlemen. Glad to be here. Glad to be interviewed by my two favorite casters.
Oh, you flatter me.
That's very nice.
You know, he looks really clean and nice and freshly showered. Like, this guy is looking good right now. And I want to know, like, your team out there, you guys are, it's a big day. It's a big day. This is a chance, last chance open qualifier for you guys to get into NACL. What would it mean for you guys to play in the big leagues?
I mean, definitely something we all want to do. The better the competition, the funner the games are. And, being in NACL would obviously be the best competition available for us. So definitely we're all excited to perform today, and hopefully we're able to put on a good show.
Oh, yeah.
And your first matchup, how are you feeling about your match going, the first match you're going into today?
Bro, I'm going to be honest, I'm not really sure who we're playing first. Maybe
I love this guy.
we're playing TMU, but I don't really know who's on their team, so
So I think he's confident.
I think he's confident.
I'm more concerned. I'm really excited for our potential second matchup today.
Why is that? Tell the folks at home
Well,
why
if
you're
those
excited.
if those of you who are wondering and are curious why I'm excited for that second potential matchup, it's because one of our former players, Rock Boom, and his whole family are on a team, and they're potentially our second match. So if we both win, there's a whole family. So if we both win, hopefully we'll see a good match out of those two teams.
So just to clarify, Rock Boom and both of his brothers, I believe, playing on a team.
Yep.
Um,
The Lord Gaming, the goats.
I'm sorry. That's just such a
good.
funny thing
That's
to say,
good.
but it is true. Rock Boom, former member of Saints. Again, nothing but love for the guy. Definitely made a legacy with the team. So much so that we're still talking about him right now and the potential chance that he could play against the Saints. And I know, talking to the guys on the stage a little bit before, they all want that outcome.
Yeah.
But whether or not it's going to come, they're not too sure. Ricky, what do you think the odds are that you end up getting to play against Rock Boom and his squad later today?
I mean, considering we're both the favorites, I think it's pretty good odds. I don't see a reason why we shouldn't end up playing each other.
Well, then
There you go.
I want to talk to Miracle. But you know what? I love your enthusiasm,
Oh,
Ricky.
boy.
Really excited to know how this day is going to go through, and I want to know from you because. Between us, don't tell Miracle, don't tell the rest of the boys. You're one of my favorite players to watch.
Let's go. I'm gonna take that, and I'm not gonna share it.
Good.
Keep that one at heart.
Stays in the headphones, all right?
Yep.
Just stare at Miracle the whole time I'm asking you this next question. Do you have any interesting strategies cooked up? Are you going to do the Ricky special, bringing back the Darius? Like, what are you going to do out there on the Rift?
Dude, might have to bust out the singed.
Sorry, I got to add the dramatic effect. We don't have the sound effects ready just yet, but pretend there's horrible screams in the background.
Come on, bro. My singed is good. It's good.
Good for qualifying or good for going home early?
I mean,
'Cause
good
both of those
for
are
good for
me.
entertainment purposes.
That's what we
Well,
that's what we like to hear.
that's all we care about here at the front desk. Theo, this is your boy right here.
Yeah.
Come on. Any questions for him?
Any questions? All right, you stepped into the starting role not too long ago. How well have you done to gel back with the team and get back to where you were?
I mean, I think I'm always going to be at a relatively good level as long as I play the game. So I've been playing the game on the side, so it's just seamless for me. It's really just a matter of playing or not playing. Like, I don't think I've gotten worse since I've stopped playing, and I don't think I've gotten better per se since I've came back. But I think I've done well.
Hey, I could not agree with you more. Honestly, like I said, you're one of my favorite players to see. It's not just because of the entertainment factor, as you so carefully pointed out. It's also because of the skill. You have some of the greatest comeback potential. But let's stop talking about you for a second. You got at least 4 other guys up there that you're going to be playing with, and I want to know, how do you feel about their play styles? What makes them tick, and who do you think you mesh with the most play style and game sense wise? Who do you have that psychic bond with?
But I don't know if I got the psychic bond with anyone, but I'd say I definitely mesh the best with when we're both on the same page with Maddie. Mainly because as a top laner, that's like the only person I end up seeing throughout the game.
Oh no.
So, for the most part, yeah, I'd say that would be my best teammate. Well, someone that I play with the best.
Absolutely. Well, hey, man, you're looking good. Hope you're playing as good as you look today. Eager to see you on the big screen, Ricky. Best
Thanks,
of luck.
Tadil. Thanks, Tadil.
Praying for your success, and we'll hopefully see you guys with a quick and easy 2-0 after this.
Sounds like a plan. Bobby Portis.
Bobby Portis. Ladies and
Get him on the
gentlemen,
court.
that is Ricky LaFleur, our top laner from our team, one of the greatest of all time. Thank you, Ricky. And
My pleasure,
see you
gentlemen.
momentarily on
Thank you.
Rift.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
That was a great interview. And speaking of the Rift, we got a best of 3 series between 2 pretty strong teams, Saints being the favorites, as you heard from Ricky.
From Bobby.
But from Bobby. So it's going to be interesting. It's Fearless Draft, a best of 3.
That's true. Fearless.
Exactly.
Do you know what fearless means? Tell them what fearless means.
Well, Fearless means once a champion has been picked in any game, it can't be picked in the game after. So after the first match, 10 champs aren't able to be picked in the second game and so forth. So it makes for a lot of diversity in the meta and very interesting team comps.
Is it just picks or is it also bans?
I think it might be just picks. I'm not sure.
That makes sense. That'd be a little crazy.
Yeah.
I think you'd actually
Run out of
heroes.
champs in like a best of 5. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that would definitely be interesting. That would be the fearful drafting format, not fearless. But yeah, so any hero that gets picked is going to be forbidden for the rest of the series.
Correct.
But best of 3, thankfully, you really start to get nervous in a best of 5.
Yeah.
That's when it would get a little. I don't know. I think we might be literally running out of champions at that point. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be the format. Again, the outcome for anybody who qualifies through today and tomorrow, they are going to be qualifying for. It was the
Challengers.
top 3, the North American Challengers League, and again, that is the sweet prize, the glory of the great beyond. That is where anybody playing at this level, collegiate especially, wants to get. That is where you can really say you made it. And I feel like our team, they really do have the potential to get there. And we've had a very strong league team for years, always. But there have been issues on those teams at times. But I feel like this is a really solid team where we have the strength, we have the team dynamic, we have the discipline to actually make it there. What are your thoughts on our chances today?
I mean, I agree with you completely. I think they were very close to a tier 2 team last year because, they were speaking of Rockboom. He made it to tier 2.
Yeah.
So, and he played on the Saints. So Saints were very strong for a very long time, but as I said, a few issues. But it's still kind of the same core. Ricky's still there. They got some newer players. Miracle's been here for quite a while as well. Maddie's been here for a very long time. So
Get this guy out of
the
here
chemistry
already.
between Ricky and Maddie, I think it's really going to show in this series. I think that top jungle of the Saints is going to be very important for them to come out with a victory on top today.
Yeah. So, of course, from, I was going to say left to right. From right to left, we have Maddie, Flocon, Miracle, and Lig.
And Ricky.
Yeah, Ricky is there. That's what happens when you miss photo day, I suppose. But, I think, you know what? If anyone missed photo day, it would have been Ricky.
Yeah, that's what I was saying as well. But, hey, looks good in the photo, so that's
pretty good.
All that matters.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's the lineup. Very, very strong lineup here.
Yeah.
They've been playing well as of late, and I think they'll be very confident going into the first.
You know, just a little anecdote. I bullied Miracle
Bullied Miracle.
into playing a game of Dota with me and Parka,
Oh,
the
disaster.
Academy League coach. It wasn't a disaster, actually.
He's
No.
good?
He is genuinely at least 10 times better than majority of the people I queue into in my games.
Okay.
And it was literally his first time playing. He read his hero and just ran around. He picked the guy, you just run around the map. You press Q, it's a global spell, you run at the guys, you just charge into them. And he had more game impact than like 99% of the people I play with. But hopefully he can carry that over. My point is, hey, if you can play that well in Dota, chances are it'll cross over to League pretty well. That seems to be the old adage. And again, this team is full of fierce warriors. They may not look like it, but as soon as the game starts, those hunchbacks, they arc towards the screen, and they are focused on that more than anything. Come on, guys, sit up straight, please. And again, they get focused, they get determined, and the team chemistry, I really do feel like it's there. I've had the opportunity to really stand behind some of the teams as they play. Some of them are, you know, pretty dynamic. That's the word I'll use.
Dynamic.
But this team is so cohesive. The personalities all work. Usually in a game where you so strongly rely on your teammates, like in League of Legends, you have at least one kind of overbearing personality, and some of the weaker personalities will kind of sink in and retreat in that force. But with this team, everybody's personality is big enough that they advocate for themselves and they provide valuable information for the team, but not overbearing to the point where they're stomping over their teammates. Everyone is actively communicating, always giving relevant information, laughing, having a good time, and when they do get frustrated, it's not the end. And I think that's ultimately the recipe for success for any successful team.
Yeah, I think definitely bottom of Miracle and Lig, they've played very well at times, but there's also been
At
times. I mean, it is what it is, as Miracle waves to us.
He has no idea
He has
what
no
you're
idea what
I
I'm saying.
wish.
He has no idea what I'm saying. But like at times they just do sometimes overextend a little bit too much for no reason. Like they'll die once, they'll die twice, then they start to get a little bit tilted. That's when the Saints really need to. That's like where they need to improve the most. They need to make sure they play around Lig a little bit more because he is a hyper carry AD player.
Yeah.
He likes to put out a lot of damage, plays very aggressively, but it seems like at times he just wanders off a little bit too far away from his team and just gets jumped on, and then it just puts you so far behind. It makes the game really hard to play. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Saints prioritize playing more towards the bot side of the map for these the first 2 series, because as of late, sometimes they've been struggling to do so.
And speaking of playing around certain members of the team, Flocon here, he is definitely a good candidate for your strategy. Like
He's
if you
good.
base your strategy around Flocon's lane, usually that game has a really strong start. When they put the pressure on the mid lane, or even if they just alleviate the pressure the enemy team's putting on theirs, then Flocon's able to get a good game. And sometimes, just as anybody, you know, not pointing him out, but sometimes you don't have such a good game, but you're still able to recover and have some sort of value. And even if your game's completely thrown, sold, gone, lost, the ability to minimize your damage to your team is still a valuable skill, right?
Exactly.
You could throw harder, but if you throw a little less, you're still helping your team out.
Exactly. That's what they need to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Maddie, speaking of throw, I'm joking. He's a great jungler. He and I are kindred spirits, and I don't just mean the champion. We both love Udyr to death.
Okay.
I don't.
He won't play Udyr.
I don't think
You should have asked him to. He would have played it for you.
maybe
Tribute
actually
to
might have.
Daniil.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him play Udyr in like a year.
It's weird though. I don't want to watch someone play my character. It's just.
But you said you're linked spirits through
yeah.
Udyr.
It doesn't mean I have to watch him play my guy.
You can learn how to
I
play
don't
your
want.
guy.
He can learn from me.
Oh, that maybe he did.
He's coming over to punch me right now.
Yeah, he's had enough.
That's such a kid. He actually did just walk past the door. That scared me for a second. But look at that chair. Oh god, I want one of these chairs so badly. How much are they? I don't even want to think about the price. Yes, sir. Yeah, you know that was smart. But in any case, this team, you can't put a price on these guys. The hearts of gold, and I think again that's something that money can't buy. Esports specifically, they can learn a valuable lesson in that. You can spend as much money as you want, getting the biggest, baddest, most significant, experienced, seasoned players of all time. But some of them, they're just kind of trying to find the word I can say. They're just kind of dummies, personality-wise, and you don't like those kind of people. They ruin the team, they ruin the atmosphere, they ruin the vibe. The vibe is super important, especially, again, a game like League of Legends, you rely on your team so much.
Yeah, and you saw Ricky walking away there from the table.
Yep.
I'm not too sure what's going on.
Bathroom
Maybe
breaks.
some bathroom break, technical difficulties. You see Miracle though, he's locked in. I can guarantee you he's in practice too, going over his champions, going on Rel, going on Poppy, champions that he really likes to play. And I think he's just practicing combos. Oh, now he's typing. Maybe not. I don't know.
Maybe it's
I don't know.
I don't know. Especially again, collegiate. It's a little bit easier to rein everybody in and get control. But this is stepping out of the collegiate realm. So maybe actually no, it's TMU they're playing against. They're also a collegiate team.
Yeah.
So never mind. Everything I just said is not applying anymore
Yeah.
because they should have
It's a
the
collegiate
discipline to be
match.
ready. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. Well, who knows what the delay is for? But in any case, Miracle's still yawning. Maybe he should have gotten some more sleep last night.
Maybe he should have. I can guarantee you he was studying their opponent's
Oh,
team
yeah.
throughout the night, trying to get all of the information needed. And hopefully they have the information. I mean, in the draft, I don't know what to expect here. I'm not sure what team you really likes to play. The meta's been pretty shifty as of late, so there's a lot of options, a lot of options. But I think main thing we have to look for is where Ricky decides to play in the series. Is he going to play the carry top laners in the Darius Olaf, try and carry the game on his back, or is he going to play something more for the team like a Scion and things like that? And then Maddie, it's also interesting to see if he's going to play tanks or carry champs. He can play the Lilia, he can play the Udyr, things like that. But he also can play Sejuani, he can play a lot of different champions. So it's going to be interesting to see if the
Name
Saints...
3 guys.
I mean-
and so many more.
I mean, because there's two choices. He either plays a tank or he plays like a carry. And sometimes he plays the tanks, he plays the Maokais.
Pick up the Vago, right?
Yeah, Viego, he plays Nunu. He likes Nunu, but I think it's going to be banned because, I don't know, people are scared of his Nunu.
Speaking of bans, TMU failed to announce their roster ahead of time, so they are going to be ban-stricken. They lose one ban during the ban phase, which we will see the draft coming up shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get a little too antsy. Ricky's watching you. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to be into the action soon enough. But with all that in mind, Theo, before we start off the draft, what kind of hero picks are you expecting to see, and which ones are you the most excited for? Or is there any super secret Super Saiyan picks that you're anticipating here that you don't think anyone can predict?
I don't think the Saints should play Samira. They've tried it like 3 times, and boo, it did not go well. Samira is terrible. I don't know why they keep trying to pick it. It's proven time and time again it can't work because the champion just doesn't do enough right now. But they try and pull it out. She just gets CC'd once and dies like every single fight. So they keep trying it in situations. I don't know why, but I think that's one thing the Saints should definitely stay away from.
Yeah.
Do not play the Samira. It's almost like it has to be the perfect situation to pull her off.
Well, don't pick Samira. I think that's one thing, but if we're talking about things to pick, I gotta really brain blast here and hyper-analyze the perfect theory crafted pick.
Give me some crazy champ that we might see. Like we saw some crazy stuff last time the Saints played.
Well, here's the thing, right? Me and Lee, we go way back, but so far back, I don't remember all the details. I haven't caught up with the details recently, so I could be wrong. Maybe they changed Shyvana significantly since last I played. But if she's still the same old dragon lady that I remember and I fell in love with,
she's a dragon lady,
then I think she might be a pretty interesting pick. You have that tankiness. She does a really good amount of damage. I could be mistaken. Maybe I'm misremembering. I think she does max HP. Does she do max HP damage?
She does a lot of damage.
Hey, she's got max HP damage. She's huge. She's tanky. She has initiation. She can pull people back into your team. What more can you ask for? I think that would be a good, surprising pick for Maddie to really shake things up. I don't think. I'll be honest. I don't think we're gonna see it. But if we're talking about slept-on champions,
you think Shyvana is it?
Is a little bit of a underdog pick. I think Shyvana might be one of them.
I mean, I agree with your theory. I think
you don't.
it would be a good pick. I mean, teams probably have never practiced against a Shyvana. Shyvana wants to stack up the dragons, and she gets better stats. I mean, it's like it's a tactic.
Trying so hard
No,
right
like it's a tactic that you have to practice perfectly before pulling it off. That's the thing. So. Yeah, that's if they have practiced it, we might see it. You said you're close with Maddie. Maybe you know something I don't. But we're into draft, and let's take a look at who we have on the board. The bans for the Saints. It's gonna be Cho'Gath, Aurora, and Kled. For TMU, it's going to be Victor, Vlad, and Callista. And the Saints picked up Olaf, Nunu and Ari, 3 comfort picks for them. And on the flip side, there is a Ornn, a Gwen, and a Hui.
Yeah, so pretty, I'd say, aggressive picks for the Saints so far.
Oh, yeah.
They really want to not just get control of the map, they want to fight for it aggressively, and they want to establish a firm execution style of gameplay on their opponents and just make sure they don't have a chance to get their game going. But, you know, it's easier said than done. Picking up the Caitlyn, I think that's I need to find a word for it. When you know your opponent's playstyle, you pick something that's weak to it, but if you play it strong, you play and you get everything going your way, then it's a really good counter to it. It's like a double-edged sword kind of pick. It's a dichotomy. I don't know what proper word. I'll workshop it, but Caitlyn, I think, fits that very well. She can get dove really easily and completely crushed, but with Varus and Karma being the pick for the bottom lane, I see her struggling a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty good comp from the Saints. I think Ricky is going to be absolutely unleashed this game. There's not much TMU are going to be able to do once he hits 3 items. They won't be able to kill him in time unless everybody looks directly at him, and he's going to run through the backline here. The second bans for both teams were Elise and Lux beside the Saints. At TMU, they banned out the Xin Zhao. So we have our draft completed here. Bot lane, there's a Karma, not something you would see too often. That's a bit of a spicy pick. Karma Varus, though, it's going to be a very strong lane into the Emilio Caitlyn early.
Yeah, it's technically everybody in the bottom lane is ranged, but still, if we're talking in terms of poking and harassing out of the lane, Saints, hands down, they have the upper hand. Well, I said hands twice in that sentence, but still, they are going to have the advantage when it comes to bullying the enemy team out of the lane. TMU might just have to rectify that by... Oh, wait, no, the patch didn't hit yet. Maybe they're going to try doing some lane swaps, something like that, just to avoid that bottom lane for as long as they can, to give their Caitlyn a chance to actually get some early game advantage. But I think they picked it. Saints counter-picked with the Varus, so I'm sure they have some game plan in mind to make sure that their Caitlyn does have a pretty good game.
Yeah, and I love the Nunu pick here for Maddie. I remember last time the Saints played, the Nunu was banned every single game because they know how good Maddie's on it, but maybe Team U didn't do the research. I think this draft definitely favors the Saints and their playstyle. This is comfort for them, and I don't see how this game goes wrong. As long as Ricky can stay ahead and just farm up, get very, very far ahead, get the gold, get the items at 2-3 items, he's going to be running through TMU. So it's going to be interesting to see, do the Saints decide to play around bot lane here and get Lig and Miracle really far ahead, or is Maddie going to be staying around the top side a little bit more, trying to get kills over to this Olaf?
That's actually true. The way I see this draft, they usually kind of lean on Ricky for establishing a strong early game presence and allowing him to transition them to the mid to late game. That's just the nature of top lane, especially the champions that are popular in the top lane right now. But I feel like with the draft the Saints have, they're kind of kicking them into overdrive. When you really think about it, without an Olaf, for the first 10-15 minutes of the game, Saints don't really have a team. they actually just don't really have a way of starting a team fight and keeping it there, which sounds like a negative, but you see a draft like this, and in my experience in MOBAs, Dota, League of Legends, when you see a draft that doesn't have an easy to execute team fight initiation, disengage, when you don't have a lot of team fight emphasis with just your draft and you're just picking champions that you're comfortable with and you can do a lot of work with, then you're it's an indicator of confidence. And if you're confident with your heroes, you're confident with how you want to execute your game plan, you'll usually find success one way or the other. So on paper, I think TMU's draft is a little bit more lenient and more forgiving, but I don't think the Saints need that wiggle room. I think they're going to be able to execute what they want pretty consistently.
Yeah, well, Team U has a very good team fighting team. 5v5 team fights, Team U is strong on paper, but Saints have the better pick composition. They have the Nunu, Snowball, they have the Ari Charm, the Varus, all 3 abilities that can almost immediately kill a target of TMU. So it's going to be interesting to see, will the Saints have enough damage to burn through the front line of TMU, who's going to have that Ornn and Gwen, or are the Saints just going to shred through them? It's going to be the big point here. I think if Maddie's hitting the snowballs on the Nunu, then there's going to be easy follow-up from Flocons getting the charm on Ari. You can eliminate target very, very quickly. So that's going to be the big thing here. Can the Saints land their CC early on and find picks around the map?
And I think that's the core of my initial breakdown of the Saints comp. They rely on pretty high execution things to get things done. Olaf doesn't have an easy just target one guy, get him stunned, but he's also still going to need to be the one kind of getting the team fight started. Maddie as well. He has a snowball, but you have to put yourself at risk to really get value out of it. Those are things that you're going to require a very skilled player to make sure you're doing these things without throwing the game. So again, it's very possible they have the snowball and then the Ari charm. They have a huge, overwhelming amount of burst damage with the Karma as well and the Varus. They're going to be able to blow up like 2 or 3 people very fast. And that's all they really need to do to win the team fight. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult because of their picks than TMU, for example.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they prefer to play for the Grub side of the map or the Dragon. Both objectives spawn around the same time. Usually, you can only get one out of the two, so you play for whichever one you really have a stronger sight on. And I think early on into the game, if the Saints want to take the Grubs, they can. They can just force whatever side of the map they want because the early game picks are a lot stronger. I think they should most likely go to the top lane and take the Grubs, look to kill Ricky, but that would be a good idea for them.
If I'm being honest, I think they can take both, like, pretty comfortably.
Really? It's going to be pretty hard.
The early game damage they have allows
good.
them to just really force anybody away from any objective.
Yeah.
The way I see it, if you're having a 2-on-2 in any of those lanes, or a 3-on-3 or a 3-on-2, vice versa, I think the Saints have the advantage in any one of those engagements because their burst damage and their single target, or just like small area target, is just very powerful. Again, Varus with those arrows, Karma with the single target, and they have the Maddie with the snowballs all over the place. Nunu, I said the Maddie. They have the
Maddie
Nunu with the snowballs. I think they can really force a lot of engagements. And then still, Olaf, 1v1 god, right?
Yeah.
If he really wants to disrupt a Grubs push, for example, or have Maddie roll up with him to contest it, I think they'll have a lot of success doing so. But we can talk all these big fancy words for, how long was that? What, 20 minutes? Maybe, I don't know. I'll have to check the time, but now we have the real action going on, and we'll see who's going to want to win more than anybody else as we get started with SCC, St. Clair College versus TMU, Toronto Metropolitan University in the NACL Open Qualifiers. Let's see who's going to throw down.
Yeah, game 1. Saints invade the bot side here of TMU. TMU are not going for a lane swap. They're on a ward here. They're going to clear this one out, and let's see how they decide to play from here. Are they going to let their Olaf stay down here and go and bully this Ornn? I mean, that would be a very, very nice tactic from them. And, I mean, this Olaf would struggle as well. I think he'd rather go up against the Ornn. So, Saints, they're just putting in deep vision to make sure their TMU don't swap because they want to control the game. And I think they just want Olaf to be playing against Ornn because that's how he'll get his biggest lead. In my opinion.
Yeah, and they also want to make sure that the Caitlyn has to play against the Varus. Varus. Miracle. Varus. Karma. Names are slipping around in my head. But, yeah, they want to make sure that they have that lane. It is favorable for them. Thankfully, Caitlyn, while I think she will struggle in terms of poking and being in that lane comfortably, she is still very long-ranged herself.
Yeah.
So it could definitely be a lot worse. So it's not all hopeless for the ADC or TMU. Mac is still going to get to have a game. It's just the Saints really want to force that, and it seems like they're going to have that chance for now. Everybody in the lanes that they, Riot intends them to be.
Yeah, and I feel like for TMU, I don't really like the Caitlyn pick because Caitlyn's like just a champion who gets ahead early on with her poke and able to take turret plates and take down big turrets, get a lot of gold. But in the lane against Karma Varus, this Caitlyn won't be able to get far ahead, and at like 1-2 items, Varus is just going to be a stronger champion. So it's going to be Lig, I feel like, who's going to be a big, big part of this game. Just making sure that this Caitlyn isn't useful for the rest of the game.
You can already see them finding it. The lane is pushing into TMU's tower for now, so they're going to be able to at least get a couple of CS. But as you already see, they're going to be taking pokes under their own tower. Even this CS isn't going to be free. TMU facing a lot of pushback. In the top lane, Ricky finding comfort as well, as you see 13-9 in the CS. Mid lane, Flocon also leading Maddie. He's making his routes pretty good. He is routing towards bottom side. So potentially, like you said, this damage, or at least, again, contest against the enemy jungler, which seem to be making their way to the bottom side as well. With the snowball rolling, can they find it? No, not going to hit the Gwen, but going to take the Gromp. That's valuable gold and experience that Gwen's not going to have. She has no health, nothing left, has to go back. Meanwhile, Maddie can still keep farming. This is already a huge swing. As one jungler myself, I can say this is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, Maddie definitely should be taking away this blue buff. It's completely uncontested, and that's going to be a big lead here for him in the jungle. Losing an early camp is very, very tough to play into. So this Gwen, she's not going to have much to farm here. She just has to walk over to that scuttle and take it. But now Maddie can just farm this scuttle the rest of his bot camp. So the Nunu is going to be very far ahead in terms of gold. You can see Ricky, he is running Ghost TP this game, and that's good for him because now he TP's back to lane very early on, getting a couple items. Ornn is going to be getting a gank here from the Gwen, who ghosts on a Ricky here. Let's see if he can outplay the 1-on-2, just autoing the Gwen here. 1 auto time, Mr. Q does a lot of damage here. Ricky trying to find the 1-on-2 kill, but dies on 1 HP. First blood going over to the Ornn, and a great job there from TMU, finding a great gank timer by the Gwen. She didn't have any camps, so that was her only real play, but Ricky decided to all in at the wrong time, and that's just a uncharacteristic play from Ricky. Let's see it again here. You can see he tries to turn the 1-on-2, but simply just doesn't have the damage. Hits everything he needs to. Just a good job from TMU.
Yeah, great work again. If they didn't get that, then I'd really start sweating. They are at least able to first blood. That's a good, healthy amount of cash in your pocket, setting Ricky back just a bit. Not too much, though, still leading in the CS somehow. Again, he's going to make his way back to the top side. Ornn took the opportunity to go base, I'm assuming, which, yeah, he went home, going to come back, and just return as if nothing happened between the two of them. Maddie as well, he's just farming up the jungle as normal. Everything's stabilized for the most part. Flocon making his way back to mid lane as well, but some chaos has found its way as the first dragon. Going to be the Water Drake spawning onto the Rift, and I think that's a pretty valued one. I think, no, players will like that one? Alright, I like that one when it came out, but, you know, maybe I'm weird.
I mean, it's okay. It's okay. There's better ones, simply put. So,
Fire.
all the other ones.
I thought Windrake was worse.
No, Wind is like the best. The most OP stat in League of Legends, if you didn't know, is movement speed.
I guess that makes sense.
It's like statistically the best stat.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't like the Windrake. I was a big fan of the Water Drake. I was like, ooh, I'm healing. Because I'm a jungler, right? I just go around killing stuff.
Well, nowadays you heal from camps so much,
What?
you don't need no Ocean Drake. Yeah.
Well, you know, my soggy friend Isolafushiga Snowball gonna find Hui in the mid lane. Looks like he is up the creek without a paddle. Taken down. Come on. First kill for the Saints on the board.
Great job, and that's a big kill. And you're going to see this over and over. No flash on this Hui. I definitely expect Maddie to be making his way back around mid very many times in this game, because now Flocon, he's so far ahead. Let's see a replay on went down here. Hui just walks up way too far, and it's a perfectly timed snowball and nice charm afterwards. CC chain is perfect. They just need to keep doing that over and over to these immobile carries of TMU.
Yeah, absolutely. We see a little bit of an exchange going down on the bottom side. Caitlyn forced to return to the tower. There is finding huge damage. Actually, might be able to get the kill. Not quite. Barrier comes up and
heal.
Going to allow Caitlyn to survive. Same with Varus. Barrier went up. But hey, you know, Maddie takes the grubs in the meantime. We're seeing the Gwen taking the Drake. Again, the Saints, I guess they don't really care about that Ocean Drake. Not going to bother contesting it. But hey, you know what? If that was me, I'd be down there fighting my own.
Well, that's why you're up here and down there, Daniil. But I mean, this Nunu is so far ahead. And let's see if the Ahri can maybe find a pick on this Gwen. Steals away the Scuttle Crab. That's a big play, actually. That's going to give them a lot of vision in that Riverside. And now there's a gank coming in mid, just like we talked about. Hui going to find the fear, but can she dodge out on the charm? Does he hit it? Yes, he does. The new ult's going to come out. They take down the Hui. And this is a pattern that we're going to keep seeing repeat. With Flocon being so far ahead on that Ahri, these kills just happen so quickly. There's nothing the Hui can really do.
Exactly.
And now you can see Maddie trying to invade this Gwen. I mean, this is a bit of a risky play, but the Olaf is here to help out. Just needs to land the Q Smite. As Ricky, I think he might find a solo kill on this Gwen here. She has no flash. She has Ghost.
Oh
He's
my
going
God.
to try and get it. Does he land the Q here? No, he doesn't. The Orin ult comes out, Milio finds AQ, but Saints, they're going to come out of this unscathed, and they force out a lot of pressure here on TMU.
They forced out a lot of stuff there. Hui is doing nothing right now. Like, actually, no, there's Amelia that showed up. My mistake. Hey, listen, these are newfangled champions. Way past my time, but still, as you see with that invade, or this is the mid gank that went the Saints' way. Again, when you're playing the Hui, you don't have your flash. There really isn't a lot you can do. Basically nothing. Because what are you going to do? Jungle? Your Gwen is starving. Still level 5. You can't take those creeps.
Ooh.
She needs every single one. And in the bottom side, you need a little bit of help from your Karma Miracle coming in to assist Varus. Caitlyn taking a lot of heat as well.
Flash.
Just barely evading the arrow that would have definitely sent her into Hades. And now the Saints, again, maintain that pressure on the bottom side. And it looks to be working, paying off very well. Miracle taking a bullet for Lig. As you look in the CS department, 81 to 57. That is, I don't think I need to say it. It speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's a great job so far, and now they have to be careful here. Flocon finds the pick onto Caitlyn. You'd think, there it is. Does he find the charm on the Emilio? Yes, he does. Gonna get a reset on this ultimate Team U. They're in a lot of trouble here. I don't know why the Gwen's going in. She's gonna try and find a big ultimate, but here is so much damage for Flocon. He has another dash available and the charm. He's just gonna look to get out as his TP coming through from the orb, but he's all alone here, and he's not making it out of this one. The smite from Nunu slows him down. The ultimate forces the flash. Ari looking to find the charm. Does the snowball hit? It does, and there comes the charm. The damage is just so much for TMU. A great team fight from the Saints as they get the first feat of strength.
And that's what we were talking about before the game, put into just clear images for everybody to see. Saints sacrificed ease of execution for their team fights for early abundance of aggressive potential. Their ability to get kills around the map right now is off the charts, quite literally. They can, if Maddie lands a snowball and there's at least one other person besides Miracle there, that person is dead. All it takes is that one move, and in the replay you can see how that dash from Flocon allows him to get to so many impossible situations, get through them, and get these kills. 2 from the bottom side. Gwen, like you said, not sure what they're hoping to accomplish. Gonna go down pretty easily. Hui forced back, and then they find the Ornn on the bottom side, TP'd in. Maddie was already in the bush, ready to engage, chasing him down with that chilling smite, forcing the flash, and then, again, Snowball to finish things off with the charm follow-up. Again, that Snowball charm follow-up. He was unstoppable for that brief moment, but nobody can resist Ari for too long.
Yeah, Daniil, well said there. As now in the bot lane, we're gonna see a 2v2 fight, but Flocon is first to move here. Caitlyn walking up a little bit far here, but Ari's on a ward, so a good trade here from Team U, honestly, but Emilio R was used in that exchange. 6 grubs though for the Saints. Ricky, he is 0-1-0, but he's on 102 CS compared to 69. He has that Ravenous Hydra, another snowball, charm combo. Hui flashes, but she's gonna fall down, and we're gonna see this again and again. Flocon 5-0-2 has 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Such a fed Ari here for the side of the Saints.
Look at the CS department here. 100 plus club for everybody that's farming on the side of the Saints. Oh. Maddie, only one with 86, but he's too busy getting last hits on heroes to care about creeps. With Flocon having 108, Olaf with 113, Varus with 115, and counting for all of them, but the snowball, not gonna know.
If he went in there?
Oh man, obviously they won't know he's in the bush.
What?
I thought it was spitting damage on that guy.
It wasn't a rough range.
Unfortunate.
Damn, that was 2 kills the Saints could have had. You're gonna see a quick replay of this gank in mid by Maddie. Flocon does so much damage. A nice dodge there on the fear with that ultimate dash. Beautiful mechanics on display there from the side of Flocon. First turret for the Saints, that's another feat. And now they're gonna take the dragon as well. So they're gonna have all the feats of strength here. Very, very strong boots coming up for them. And it puts them on pace to win this game in a very quick time.
I mean, when I look at it realistically, like he hits the ult, it's not even gonna matter. Turret's gonna fall in like a second.
He's dead.
Wen's here, but I'm pretty sure he still gets this. No, he's gonna go down.
He's dead.
But you know, just the fact that I could even question it just goes to show how far the Saints' lead is right now. I really if I'm being frank, Theo, if I'm being really, truly frank, I don't see if TMU is going to be able to come back from this.
No, I completely agree with you. Flocon is just going to solo kill the Ornn, and here's a Nunu just going to roll through the Gwen, who's also going to fall down. TMU trying to get out with their lives. There's Emilio recalling. Karma's going to spot her out, forces the flash, ruins her tempo a little bit there. And the Saints, they just have complete control of the entire map. Let's see a quick replay of what went down. So Ricky just doing a bit of feeding in the top lane, let's say how
Just
it
a
is.
little.
Didn't need to do all that there.
Didn't even get the
Doesn't
last
know-
hit on the tower.
Didn't get the tower, exactly. And that is for no real reason, but then TMU see that. They want to try and take some space on the map, so they're going to walk up a little bit too deep, and then Flocon found solo kill on Ornn. Then Nunu finds the snowball on the Gwen. A great team fight here from the Saints, getting the picks just like their team comp needs to.
Yeah, finding everything that they need, forcing the Milio flash over the wall. Like you said, it's just so damaging. Every fight, I feel like, is making TMU bleed and bleed and bleed. Varus Arrow. Varus hasn't even been contributing to these fights yet.
Yeah,
really.
he's just chilling.
He's literally just chilling. He has Ghostblade already. It's going to be hard to see. League of Legends fight, if I've got to say anything about the game, the comeback mechanics, they're not there. Okay, there isn't a way they're going to be able to just comfortably farm their way back into this game. TMU.
Oh! Sniped.
God,
That was a good arrow right there.
shut me right up. League, again, just proving the point. TMU, they might have just have to call this game and just look forward.
Oh, what a charm. Yeah.
Huge charm. Or this could be the last team fight for TMU. If they get this here, they have the game, but it's not going to be done. Double kill already for Flocon. Maybe wanted to go for more. We're going to opt to dash away instead. Varus, every right click makes this tower wince in pain. It is just so brutal to watch. Charge, knock up, finding Maddie, forcing himself to flash out, run away. And with the rain of arrows coming out from Lake, no one dare chase him.
Yeah, good job there from the Saints. Another couple kills for Flocon, who I definitely expect to pick up the Magi's now. He has the 2 completed items. I think he should definitely make that purchase. As look, he finds the initial pick here onto the Milio. Basically solo kill here, and then the Gwen overextends to try and kill Flocon. He dashes back in, takes her down. We're going to see the recall here come out. I mean, look at the Saints here. Maddie and Flocon so far ahead. Each of them is making the game very, very tough for TMU. There's Gwen just trying to find something. Maybe going to look to steal away this red buff. Looks like he's going to get success in doing so, but in the meantime, Maddie, he's going to be rolling into the mid lane. Caitlyn doesn't have her dash, and let's see if he can find it. Nice stun slow there as Caitlyn just goes straight into Flocon. He finds the initial pick. They find the Milio as well, and now this Hui's in a lot of trouble. This Ahri is too damn fed. I don't think there's anything TMU can do to stop her.
Yeah, it's looking brutal. Not even any CC necessary for that kill on the Caitlyn. He just kind of
One-shot
came in,
him.
just blew him up, and went next. And as these last turrets start to fall, and the Saints are getting more objectives, more turrets, more Drakes, more everything, more CS, more gold, more experience, just more TMU. I'm curious to see what they're doing on the minimap right now, but as we look at the replay once again, yeah, Ahri not even finding the charm, just killing that guy with the Spirit Orb and the little flakes that follow you around, getting a double kill on both high value targets for TMU. In fact, the highest possible value you could possibly find. But we're going to get that shot coming through. Varus with the barrier up, seeing 3 members of TMU try to find their way down. Maddie with the snowball, fighting off against the Gwen. Going to retreat. Varus and Ahri up on the front lines. Huge arrow's going to find ways. It's going to allow Flocon to dash in, finish off the kill, get out immediately afterwards. This turret is also starting to fall. Lig is pretty low, so he has to play carefully on the Varus, but it's not going to stop him from going for another Hail Mary shot, almost finding Milio, piercing his heart. Saints now starting to focus on the bottom tower with Olaf. Every hit is doing so much devastating damage. And once again, the Ornn with a charge, almost finding Varus. The snip from Gwen just hits his after image as he blinks past the tower, finding the arrow shot to put him down. Ricky here to protect his weak and squishy teammates as he takes and chunks out the Ornn, but with another huge arrow coming through to wipe out TMU. Is just the way and Caitlyn left. Ahri, Flocon, but he finds the charm and completely decimates him. Just the way remaining, and these last few buildings, The inhibitors are going to fall for sure as the middle tower now starts to fall. The top tower is gonna be next. Finds the charm and the dash and the orb once again. Flocon, legendary unkillable spree, wipes out the remnants of TMU's. Olaf is just taking out every last tower, and they're in a rush to get into this next game.
Yeah, and Flocon backs picks up a Rabadon's death cap. I mean, he's gonna one-shot people even faster than he's one-shotting them now. Now Ricky gonna look for the 1-on-2. Doesn't have the ultimate. He's just straight up trying to fight it with that one. Picks up the Gwen, hits the Milio with the Q, and he's gonna chase her down. There's the Ricky Lafleur we know and love. A 1v2 outplay as TMU can't do anything to come back into this game.
And here's the thing. Here's my favorite part about this game. While they're all good on these champions, I wouldn't. Well, maybe you could argue Olaf for Ricky, but these are not their necessary picks. They don't need to play these heroes to feel comfortable. These are just champions that are strong, and they can play them. You know, next game they have no reason not to just pick their best, and we have him charging down Rift Herald, doing a lot of damage to Void Grubs here for the assist as the last team fight starts to brew for the Saints. Charge comes through, knocks up 2. Ari, however, takes out 1 immediately, waves out of the fight. Your mid laner gone. Are you strongest on your team? Next to fall is going to be the Caitlyn. Ornn ult is going to come down. Gwen is already out. Lig wiping out everybody. Everybody gets a piece of the action here. Everybody getting a kill. The Milio is the last man standing, and as the Nexus begins to fall, Saints dust off their hands and get ready for game 2. If they can make it any more convincing, any faster than the last one, then yeah, I wouldn't be very excited to be TMU.
Yeah, that was a very quick and easy game there for the Saints. No real struggle at any point throughout that game. Just kind of ran through their competition, and with that team comp, they did exactly what they needed to. They just camped mid. They made sure that Ari and the Nunu just got kills over and over and over, and you can see at the end there, Ari, for the last 15 minutes of the game, was just doing whatever she wanted. She roamed bot lane, she roamed top lane, she roamed to every lane, everyone died. Flocon and Maddie definitely just won that game basically 2v5.
Yeah, Flocon, Maddie, every other killing member. I want to say Ricky, but realistically, he kind of just came online. Everyone just left him alone.
He didn't do much.
He didn't do much, but he just chilled. He was just a threat that they had to deal with. And while
they never had to.
Getting more powerful. Yeah, again, every engagement went the way of the Saints. A lot of credit for sure going the way of Flocon and Maddie, as they were, again, the force that allowed the Saints to go around the map and get things done without relying on sacrificing either of the lanes, top or bottom. Independent units that could really accomplish a lot and force TMU into really compromised situations. This is like I was saying before, comeback mechanics in this game. What are these guys supposed to do? They are literally just sitting in their base because they know the second they go out, they get wiped. Able to find at least some value. They found a Miracle here, sure, but every high-value target that they were putting their lives on the line to kill walked away. I was about to say scot-free, but Ricky was pretty low HP there, and then getting kills as they're retreating. Again, the Saints played so well here. Look at this legendary play from Ricky. So 1v2, doesn't even have the ultimate. He's just fighting them with every fiber of his being. They're committing everything that they can, and he just takes them down. Milio, what is he going to do in this situation here? Especially with Karma coming in with the assist. Ricky getting that huge double kill. Again, let's be real. Even if they kill him there,
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
doesn't
the game's
matter.
just over. And I'm sure TMU might be reflecting on what went wrong this game because it looks like it went pretty wrong. Didn't even make it to 20.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very dominant performance and a good start to the day for the Saints. You know, it's going to be a long day. They're playing 2 best-of-3s today, so there's going to be a lot of League of Legends played for them today. It's good that they got their comfort picks. They were able to win out Game 1 in very dominant fashion. I think they're going to be very, very happy with this performance. And looking into Game 2, obviously, they can't pick any of those champions, but still a lot of champions left on the board. And it's going to be interesting what they pull out. That game they played towards the mid lane. Are they going to play around a different lane next game? We're going to find out. We're going to throw it to a very short break before that, and we'll be right back with the draft for Game 2. Welcome back, everybody. We're just about to get into draft for Game 2. Team U against the Saints. Game 1, very dominant performance, easy victory for the Saints. What are you expecting here in Game 2?
Dominant,
Same?
easy victory. Yes, more or less. I think, especially when something I pointed out, this is a little bit of a cheat code for anyone that knows MOBAs, just a little bit, but not so much. If you know the draft or the composition that the team is picking isn't necessarily stable, but they're picking it anyways, that just means they're confident. And if your team is confident that they're going to win, and then they win,
Good.
they're probably just going to win again. So Saints with the first draft, it was a little unstable, but still very effective at accomplishing what you can only accomplish if you just feel like you're going to play better than your opponents.
Yeah, absolutely have to agree with you on that one, Daniil. Going into Game 2, I think there's only one thing that can beat the Saints. It's a champion called Aurelian Soul. They played against an Aurelian Soul like last week. It was not Fearless Draft, so it got picked twice against them, and they were like big favorites on paper. They won the first game in like 20 minutes, and then they played against A Soul 2 games in a row, and he went ballistic. He went probably 40 and 10 in those 2 games. Like, it was crazy, and the Saints just had no answer. So, I mean, that's the only thing I think could stop the Saints from winning this game.
Well, hey, they have bans for a reason. Let's see if they use it.
They're
this
not
time
bad.
around.
They're not banning it.
First banning the Corki. I mean, Corki's just strong overall, but with what the Saints are doing, I really don't see it, honestly. I think they are just going to pick another greedy ADC who wants to just hyper farm because the rest of the team is going to be farming around the map, doing whatever they want, and it's going to make it so that, as an insurance policy, there's literally nothing that the TMU can do against them. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I don't think the Saints really play the Corki that much. Ashe, that's one they do play a lot.
Yeah.
So Kalista, though, is lift open. I'd be very surprised if Saints can somehow get Kalista in their team comp, because that's one of Lig's comfort picks here. And the bans for Team U, as you said, Corki, Vladimir, Ashe. For the Saints, it's Cho'Gath, Aurora, and Kled. So seems like Team U have a very strong Kled player. They want to get rid of that. Not really a ban you'd ever see. But if it's a very good Kled player, getting rid of it is not the worst idea. Now, we're going to see Tom Kench come out first pick for Team U Saints. They're going to answer with Jax and Xin Zhao. Then we see Volibear Orianna come out for Team U, and Saints answer with a Xerath. I mean, so far this draft is completely crazy.
It's hectic. It's hectic. But like I said, if you're picking Xerath, Jax in your lane, I'm pretty sure it's because you feel like, oh, I'm just going to throw these guys in the dumpster, and just I want something that's going to let me do that fast. Xerath, he does it fast. Jax, he does it faster. You want to just get this game done, get out of the way. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying I agree, okay? My hands are up. I'm not guilty. I don't think the Saints are going to be able to roll over TMU for free, but if I'm looking at this draft, that's what this draft is telling me they think.
Yeah, and they're going to pick that Draven after the bans come out. Bessa Victor for TMU, and Saints ban out the Nar Shen. Then the Saints slam the Draven, and TMU answer with a Kalista. And they get a Bard to go with that, and now Miracle goes for the Renata. I'm not sure why you would pick Kalista into Draven, especially when someone like Lig is on the Draven. I feel like this Lig is just going to completely run through this Kalista. Since he has a Renata, he's going to get an extra 2-3 autos attack per engagement, and he's going to do way too much damage, I think, early on for this Kalista to really do anything against it. So I think Saints completely win this draft. I think it's a very, very good draft for them. You can see Miracle is smiling, so I think he's very happy with how things have turned out here. And yeah, I love this draft from the Saints. I think it's going to give them a big, big advantage early into the game, and I think they always have that Xerath to lean back on if things don't work out early on.
I thought Miracle was crying for a second, shedding a tear for the families of TMU. They have to watch their team get massacred. I'm jesting. In any case, if I looked at this draft, again, it really does just tell me, okay, look at it this way. We had this little mental exercise before, okay? I could tell you that this team is very, very good at rolling teammates, or rolling enemy teams if there's no resistance put up, okay? But the inverse of that is, what if Draven has a bad lane? It's over. The game is done. There is no comeback from that. What if, well, and Ricky always gets sacked and thrown around. He can have a bad lane. What if Flocon has a bad lane this game?
Cooked.
It's over.
But
right?
he picked Xerath into Orianna because it is a good lane. So in theory, he should have a good lane. But
There's a Volibear though. There's so many other people.
yeah, there's a lot of
There's a
different
lot of
outcomes.
factors.
There's a Bard that's gonna be roaming. Yeah.
Exactly. But again, the matter of fact is, if the Saints screw up in any capacity, the game's done. But if they don't, the game is equally as done for TMU. Which, again, because they still went ahead and picked this draft with all those risks in mind, it just tells you they don't think they're going to screw up at all.
Yeah.
And if the first game is going to be any indicator, I think they might be right.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Tom Kench top lane, by the way, not in the support role, which is his main role. I haven't seen a Tom Kench top lane in a very long time.
Since he was released for me.
Like, I don't remember the last time I've seen a I thought it was going to be maybe the Volibear top into the Jax, but it's not
And
the
the
best
Tom Kench
matchup.
jungle, yeah. But at least that's the guy. I did that a couple times.
No, you don't do that. Tom Kench in the jungle?
You don't do it.
That's why I'm high elo.
What yellow are you?
I'm Emerald.
Oh, yeah?
You don't even
Well,
know.
you want to 1v1 me after this?
Alright,
See what happens?
we'll do it on stream.
I'm down.
Okay.
But you're kidding. I'm not. All right. We can
Okay.
set this.
I never said I'm kidding.
You just did.
No.
Okay.
That's
Well,
why I'm
we'll see.
down.
We'll see what happens.
Okay.
All right. That's a beef to settle after. This beef that needs to be settled between TMU and Saints. And I think TMU has a lot of beef with the Saints after that first match. I know I would.
I would
Yeah.
too.
Let's look at a road to recovery here for TMU. Their draft. I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. It was Tom Kench, Orianna, Volibear, Bard, Callista. That's vanilla. If you ask me, besides the Tom Kench thing, I don't know what
I
they're
mean,
doing
if
with
you know
that.
all the champs, it's vanilla. Yeah.
It's vanilla. It's pretty straightforward again without the Tom Kench. If they pick literally anything else, it's a pretty standard draft.
Yeah.
They're playing by the book, but that requires them to play by the book. You can play by the book on paper, but execution is a different thing.
Yeah.
They're gonna be playing against what? Draven, Renata Glass lane in the bottom.
That's-
Okay, well,
that's rough.
damn, we're gonna have a tough lane in the bottom lane. Let's send our jungler down there to help out. Your jungler's a Volibear. He's not going to do anything for like the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the game. Okay, fine, sure. He's going to be able to get those tosses. I don't even know if he still does that, but still, assuming he does, he's not going to be able to run down and be a boss that you need him to be. But maybe someone like Xin Zhao? I feel like their early game aggression that they need is just not potent enough for them to relieve the pressure that the Saints are going to be pushing on them. Their bottom lane is going to face a lot of issues. Their top lane, it's going to face a lot of issues. It's a Tom Kench versus Jax Xin Zhao with a Volibear for the assist if they need it. I don't see how that favors TMU. Again, if done properly, it can, but the Saints pick this because they think they're going to beat whatever TMU does. And I think, again, with these picks, you can really outplay and outshine any team that throws anything your way as long if it's not done perfectly. I don't think TMU can pull that off.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this game plays off. It's going to be interesting to see if the teams decided to go for a lane swap this game. Last game, they didn't feel like it. I feel like the Callista Bard would very happily do a lane swap this game. They'll have good 2v1 against a weaker top laner without real range, but the Draven, if he matches up against that Callista, I mean, it's going to be very, very dangerous. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Saints are able to come out on top of this one. I think a lane swap would be perfect for Team U to throw the Saints off guard.
Yeah, and as we get started off with the game, you can see Bard being chosen as the Soul Link for Callista, and they're getting started off. And again, playing for lane swaps I think would be really smart. Honestly, I don't think it makes too big of a difference. It's not as big of a difference as it was in the first game for TMU to try to avoid that lane. This game, they still probably want to avoid it, but one way or the other, it's going to be bad. it's going to be bad for them. I think the lanes are not going to be very favorable, but both teams mirroring each other on the map, they're not going to have any kind of confrontation. Whether or not either team preferred a confrontation, I'd bet the Saints did, and I'd bet the TMU didn't want to have any kind of confrontation. So this is working out for TMU at the very least, and I want to see how they decide to play this out. Where are they gonna kind of settle?
Should put some deep wards in here. That's exactly what they're going to do. I think TMU might have had an idea that the Saints might do something like this, so they go top lane, and they place down a ward up there. Let's see. No lane swap coming out from TMU. Saints have a perfect read on it. They're going to be walking down towards the bot lane as well. And both junglers going to be pathing from top to bot this game. So it's going to be a lot of action around the bot side of the map after the jungle camps are cleared.
Yeah, and I saw a ping exactly on the ward that TMU plays. I don't know if that was just like a lucky ping, or they know that ward is there and they're playing with it in mind. Either way, we're seeing Xerath already doing a really good amount of damage on the Orianna. We're seeing Lig playing League of Draven already, just getting those axe spins, doing a buttload of damage already, forcing behind the tower. Didn't take a tower hit himself, thankfully, but trading HP so effectively. Miracle taking no damage. That's going to allow him to trade more HP than anyone else in this lane right now can. Lig taking a decent amount, but still plenty of HP to spare, and he just puts out way more damage right now than anybody else in this lane. So Saints already in a favorable position. We're seeing a repeat situation as we did in the previous game. Force underneath their tower. Lig with superior CS and chipping away at the turret already. I'm not going to be able to get too much CS here. It's going to be fighting for CS with the tower. The Callista on TMU going to get matching CS-wise with Lig in the bottom side. Top side, however, again, going about as good as you'd expect. We're seeing Tahm Kench at near a quarter HP, while Ricky sitting at full. Jax versus like any melee champion. That's the story. That's how it goes.
Yeah, Jax, it's a decent lane for Jax. Obviously, Tahm Kench can Q him. That's going to be his main way of doing damage. But other than that, the E from Jax lets him get away from most situations. So I don't expect...
already.
Yeah, I don't expect too many kills to happen up in that top lane. I think it's going to be a pretty chill lane. I think Ricky might get a bit of a CS lead. And then when the team fights start, that's when both top lanes are going to show what they're really worth.
Yeah, and speaking of really worth, we're seeing Maddie being worth the attention of the enemy jungler, making his way down. They're looking for him, not going to find him, but they're going to see this Gromp fighting something eventually. That they do. Maddie spots him out in time. They're going to try to catch him. Thundercloud not going to catch anything, but now we have the Saints bottom side making their way into the jungle to try to catch something out. We're seeing Miracle try to get the slows off. Fnatic Glass chasing them down, but Flocon's here as well, making the throw. He's taking a lot of damage in the mid lane. Salt hitting Flocon, forcing him back, but bottom side, they're going to get the first blood on Flocon. Maddie fighting for his life. He's going to fall. Lig trying to get the cleanup, doing a lot of damage, max low, but you can just kite your way back. He's blinking forward, tries to find the kills, not going to find it. Salt is going to go down, however. Miracle just misses. Not going to be able to get the kill, but still might be able to finish it off if he can just get something so close. Taking the DOT, just two more rather, gonna take it, and then Lig chasing the Bard, gonna try to find that kill, but now he's in a little bit of trouble. Recognize the situation, it's pretty bad, don't want to take the risk, already lost your mid laner, you don't want to put yourself into that situation, just take what you can get. Honestly, that went as good as for them as it really could have. They did lose Flocon, but as you see in this engagement, they were able to turn it back into something more favorable. Xerath was putting out a lot of damage, but still he overextended, and it's going to pay for it with his life. The Maddie and the rest of the boys, they tried to fight back, but thankfully Lig and Miracle, they were able to recover and keep that situation under control.
Yeah, no mana left there for the Orianna. She wasted flash towards the end of the fight. Miracle went for the flash route, did not get it, still managed to chase down the kill. However, a great job for the Saints. Lig got a kill there. He's going to have a BF sword on his back and heading back to this lane in the bot lane. It's Callista. Now she's going to really feel the pain. It's not going to be a BF sword. It's going to be a Vampiric Scepter. Going to have some lifesteal now in this lane. I mean, might be even more scary as they decide to swap the lane because I think they were a little bit scared of the Draven.
Yeah, and I understand why it is not favorable. It's pretty difficult to deal with, and now, especially since he's got a kill and 2 assists under his belt, a little bit of pocket change to work with, you know, he's a little bit more threatening. We're going to see the first dragon coming up. Maddie's going to be chasing them down, not favoring the grubs this time around.
They're not up yet.
Well, no, but he wants to get the dragon, you know? It didn't happen last time. And this is the Hextech one.
Yeah, that's because of the lane swap, because enemy bot lane's top lane, I mean, it's a free dragon. No contest going to be coming out from TMU, and now I think they might be looking to dive Ricky, but without Volibear being level 6, I think it's impossible. He has his ultimate, he's able to land the stun onto the Callista, the Xerath ult. It's a bit out of range, so won't get the most value from that one. Could have been maybe an outplay there for the Saints, but the fact that Ricky just stays alive and collects this wave for free is kind of the biggest part of that play.
Yeah, great done. Great job, at least supporting Ricky, not letting him go down for free. Grubs, they're gonna take it out. It's
Yeah.
requiring 4 people though.
It's free.
It's free, but this is time being spent, and it might not be that free as we're seeing Ricky and Maddie pulling up.
No, it's free.
They're going to do a little bit of contesting. Flocon is, hey, you know what else is free? Mid lane.
Yeah.
He's farming it up for free as they drew attention. Again, time and attention is everything in this game. They're going to take the grubs, but it's going to cost them a little bit. Channeling that beam, not going to connect. Flocon just doing his thing mid lane.
Oh!
Oh!
Orianna ults for some reason. It doesn't get too much from that. It gets a decent chunk, but now she has no mana. It's going to be hard for her to clear out this wave. Definitely important for Volibear to probably come here and help her out with this one, but Volibear won't come. Flocon easily clears the wave. He's going to get a free back here. He's scaling very well on the Xerath. 64 CS and counting. And I mean, in the bot lane, it's just been this Tahm Kench sitting under this turret, taking a bunch of damage from the Draven, healing a lot up. And now we're going to see a 2v2 fight down here. Lig going to get ulted on by this Volibear. I don't think he has the damage to get a reset here. No, he doesn't. A nice gank from TNU. You can see the Draven really struggles against the tank, so
Yeah.
great lane swap from TMU to keep themselves in the game.
Struggles against them for now, but as the game goes on, he will definitely turn that advantage to be chunky.
Not really.
Doing a lot of damage. I mean, Tahm Kench, I think, especially with the way his little passive health works, I think he will definitely be one of the best against this Draven. in
Oh
the
yeah,
game.
yeah.
But yeah, just literally eating him. That's quite the way to go. I mean, many people have died in Tahm Kench's stomach. Draven, no exception in this game.
Yeah, perfect gank there, as now we're going to see Saints just kind of accepting the lane swap. They don't really want to play against the Kalista Bard. I'm surprised they didn't go bot off of that, top off of that reset. I think it's just better for TMU if the lane states are like this.
I mean, this is definitely a lot better than it was in the first game. That's for sure. They're finding a lot more success. They successfully got a lane swap as well. The Saints aren't trying to beat it out. I think it might be because Ricky, honestly, is not too upset about it. Blinking back to find the kill onto Kalista after the staff was twirled. You're never safe until he's done. Again, this is going really good for Ricky. Again, he's facing a 2-on-1. He's still able to not just get a kill, but a kill on the ADC. Now we're seeing Maddie make a rotation onto Tahm Kench. He's going to recognize the situation and get out. But if you look back at the top lane, we see Ricky with the E and then flashing onto Mac to pop the stun. He's going to lose his life for it, but he was low anyways. This is just a free trip back to the fountain.
Yeah, the big outplay there keeps the Saints tempo bot lane perfect. They should be able to capture this turret. And this Kalista, I mean, she's walking up pretty far here. They can look to dive this one maybe with Maddie here. They're going to see a big 3-on-3 come out here, destroy the turret. And then the Saints look to fight. They get it. Their not ult comes through. It's huge. It lands onto 2. They look to one-shot the Tahm Kench. He's on 1 HP, but the damage just isn't there. There's the Xerath ultimate flying in. The knock-up for Maddie is going to be big. There's the first kill going over to Lig. He gets the auto flash onto the Kalista. The Bard going to take a lot of damage. This Orianna is way too pushed up. She's going to look to find the kill onto Maddie, but he has a reset. A great job from St. Clair's Team U, getting a bit too aggressive in the play they couldn't make.
Very well done by the Saints. A retaliatory gank coming out from Flocon. Just really took the initiative there, recognized the situation, and knew that his team was going to need him there. He started heading down pretty early. He came down to the bottom lane as soon as this engagement started on the bottom side, and he wanted some of that action, and he found it. You see Lig chunking down the Tahm Kench, Maddie as well, doing so much work. Miracle, of course, helping both of them out with their efforts and getting the follow-up kills. Lig needing to use the flash still because Flocon didn't miss that beam regardless. Going to be able to pick up those stragglers. We're going to see the Orianna mid laner. Again, Flocon just had that read earlier, was able to react earlier, get there earlier, and help his team earlier. Orianna forced on the response of that engagement and wasn't able to make anything out of it.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Ricky got a kill top. We'll see how that happened in just a second. So that's very, very good there for the side of the Saints. And you can take a look at the shutdowns. Renata has that Locket, has the shutdown. Xerath has the Ludens, has the Dark Seal. Going to be stacking up again. Flocon and Draven has that BT way ahead of this Kalista. It's going to secure the Saints, these 3 grubs. They're going to make sure that Oh, TMU, they're going to look to fight here. A nice little two-man stun there coming out, but they don't have the damage to burn through Maddie. And here comes Flocon coming in from behind the TP, coming through the bar. Oh, doesn't hit onto Ricky, who's now going to be unleashed in this team fight. They find a couple of big Orianna ult, but they're going to take down the Tom Kench. Ricky trying to find the kill onto the Bard. Not going to be able to get it under the tower. Another great team fight from the Saints as they go 3-0.
Remarkably done. This is a huge swing. They were already on the advantage, but the fact that they were able to take all of that without losing a single member of their team, able to find that return, and we're going to see that kill that Ricky got off after we look at the replay from before. This is huge. Not going to have the flash because he used it just a little bit earlier, but in that bush, just hitting the volley bear unsuspectingly. Wasn't expecting the Jax in the bush, and just a look again at that Void Grubs play. Volley bear getting the jump, but getting tossed back by Miracle. Lig looking at him comfortably in the backline, throwing the axes. What's anybody going to do about it? Even the initiation from the Tom Kench, not going to find him. Warren G, also known as Ricky, coming in with the spinning staffs, getting the huge stun that really cemented this team fight the way of the Saints, making sure that TMU had no opportunity to really fight back.
Yeah, I mean, perfect team fighting there. Now up 5k gold in just 12.5 minutes. They should look to take the second dragon relatively soon. And I think we might see a bit of a repeat of what we saw in first game. A very, very strong game from the Saints. They get the feats again. They got the first 3 kills. They got the top turret. And they got the first 3 objectives. That gets your team a lot stronger than your opposition. And you can see the items for the Saints. I mean, Callista 0-4-2. And it's going to be Ricky stuck in the 1-on-3 here up in the top lane. But he could maybe try and make it out of here. Has the ultimate. Look how tanky he is. Now looks to maybe turn around and fight back here. Going to take the portal. That is a dangerous play, but finds the stun. Gets away over to Maddie. And now the Saints might look to chase this down. Their Draven and Xerath aren't here. Yeah. But Ricky just wasted so much time from TMU in that whole
resources too. Even again, the Bard ult was committed as well. He's not going to have that for a decent moment.
Volibear too.
Yeah, forcing the Jax back, but nope, almost got caught out from that bush. But look at the net worth difference: 5k, seeing 101 CS on Lig and 80 on the enemy ADC Mac. Versus for the mid laners, they're still pretty close. Top laners as well, pretty even. So the net worth difference is mostly coming from those kills. The farm, however, there is a bit of a disparity, and Lig definitely has the advantage right now and represents more of a threat just because of the Draven factor and the gold factor in this game. Gonna be able to take this middle tower without much resistance. Can't see if you're going to be able to find it. Actually, no, they get that pull in. And Tom Kench, he's going to warp his way to the backline, taking out Flocon immediately. That's their mid laner gone. Lig taking a lot of damage as well, forcing him back. Saints just want to disengage from this without losing anybody else. They're going to succeed. I spoke a little too soon. They were able to mount a defense to defend that tower. Maddie facing off against the Bard, but nothing can come from it. This is going to allow them to take everybody's favorite, most powerful Drake, the Ocean Drake.
I'm not sure what the Saints are thinking. They had a free dragon that entire time, and they just sit in the mid lane, overextend for the tier 1. They don't even get the tier 1, and they just die. I mean, it's just a great play from TMU, answering at the right time, and I mean, that's a nice kill there for the Tom Kench.
Yeah, I'm noticing that Tom Kench is a big point of TMU's game plan, their strategy, their initiations. He represents a huge force again to tank, very hard to kill. He has that swallow ability, and his ultimate is a good knockup. A very flexible champion. We questioned the pick, but not so much because it's a bad pick. I just think there were more valuable picks. Like, what's this Tom Kench doing here that like a Gragas isn't gonna do, but better? You know?
I mean, he can eat the Callista, or
like, why not just kill him?
I mean, you could try.
with Gragas, just kill him.
You could try that. I mean, I think Gragas would have been good here.
But I'm sure, again, Tom Kench has a lot of unique traits about him. He can use his ultimate, bring a teammate with him. Gragas can't do that. I don't think so. I don't think Gragas can do that. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, he can't.
So, Tom Kench, I guess the secret dark horse pick that we were kind of theorizing about before the series started, it might have been this one. The Tom Kench, unexpected, but I think it's providing a lot of value. Speaking of providing a lot of value, we're seeing Volibear get initiation onto Miracle. Maddie there for the response, however. Even if he kept it there, he would not have been there for long. We have the Rift Herald up. Maddie spearing into the bushes, just preventing anyone else from pushing forward. Lig with the axes, twirling the mid lane, acting as a wall, preventing anybody from getting too close. Maddie, I think he is fighting the Rift Herald right now. Yes, they're going to try to get this one really fast, but to give them a bit of an advantage when it comes to their next push. Bottom side, you can already see Ricky just squaring off against the Orianna, trying to get his farm up, get some more items. He has the Trinity Force, so he's going to be doing even more damage. Bottom side rotation is coming out. We're going to see the Callista and Bard make their way onto Ricky. He is dead as a doornail, but he might be able to do a good amount of damage. Actually going to flash forward, get the stun onto Mac. Not going to get the kill, however. Doesn't represent that much damage, not quite yet. Trying to get the kill onto the Orianna, however, not going to find it. But hey, his team, they took the Rift Herald, and now they're taking the mid turret with the Rift Herald's help. Not much you can really do if you're on the side of TMU right now, except watch in horror as you might be losing your middle tower. Yes, you are. Your base is now exposed. Unbelievable.
I mean, it's not a bad play from TMU. They find the pick onto Ricky on the side lane. They get a shutdown. But, yeah, you drop 2 towers in the mid lane. It's just great macro here from St. Clair.
Yeah.
TMU have to pick a lane to defend, and they have to send more than one member. And now it looks like they're going on this Xerath, and they're going quickly. Lig, though, here to intercept. Has to be careful to find members. Renata ultimate only lands onto one, as the rest got ulted away by Miracle. But Flowcon finds the pick on the Orianna. The Volibear ult gonna come out. Such low health bars here. There's Ricky coming in, jumps forward, doesn't find the kill yet, gets knocked up by Tom Kench. I think Ricky's dead. He's going to be going down, and down goes Lig as well. Saints going way too deep there to try and find the highlight play.
But he went deep enough to provide space for his teammates to take another tower. Very well done. The Saints, that team fight was explosive. We saw a lot of let's say dynamic interactions with the spells. As we see here, a great initiation from Maddie.
He knocked
all get
everyone away.
displaced. Yeah, it's just not gonna go their way. They all start to fall one by one. Lig pouring out as much damage as he can, but just again, Ricky forcing them all back, finding something. This is time, though. He's giving them time. Another trade kill out there, but this did whatever happened. It afforded them a tower.
I mean, it did.
And they lost Ricky for it. Who cares?
And Lig.
That was before.
No, that was after.
Oh, you're sure? Yeah, that was right. That was next to the tower.
Yeah,
because he was trying to follow Ricky. It was Ricky's fault.
Defeater, yeah.
Yeah, it was Ricky's fault. Ricky
Didn't have to do that. They had a free tier 2 there. Could have just sat back, hit it. I don't think Team U can really contest any even 5v5 fights, but if the Saints give them numbers to play into, you can see they take the advantage over and over still. The third dragon going to be spawning in. We're far away from Seoul, so I don't think Saints are going to prioritize this dragon too much, but the Atakan spawns out in 1 minute. That's going to be the big objective to play for. I think Saints should try and take that one down as soon as they possibly can.
Yeah, that would be a big advantage for sure. The Saints could
they're TPing here.
Extra lives here, but with the teleportations coming in,
not a good
can
TP.
They get it before? No, not quite, but they do get the stasis. Not going to provide a lot of value, just putting Maddie away temporarily, putting him on timeout for a little bit. Top side, they're going to be trading towers on the side of Team U, just trying to push through and at least get some value. Saints are going to keep going for sure. They get the top tower. This is going to mean the recalls are going to start coming out unless they want to keep putting that pressure out. They do have the dragon spawning up now. Fire Drake, good value, so they want it. They want it bad. But as you can see, the Saints, they're looking like they have this one in the bag as they're hitting the tower comfortably. We have the Volibear and Callista in the top side, but your base is falling. You have to make those recalls and make them soon, or else your team's going to crumble. They're whittle away. We have Ricky standing in front of 2, but there's no damage to speak of. Where's your Callista? Where's your Volibear? They're not here. Your Orianna is dead and gone. It's just the inhibitors are gone as well. It's just 1 tower remaining on the top side, 2 in the middle, and now here they are. Here's the fight to save the game. Coming with a dunk, flashing out of the way. Flowcon, huge play. This Volibear threw his life away for nothing. Lig is throwing those axes, finding a huge ult on the back line. Bard is running away. You're seeing the Tom Kench fall. Stun coming out from Ricky to take out Mac. And that's just the game. In the blink of an eye, it's over, dead and gone. Maybe I think I understand why they wanted to keep pushing top, but I don't know why they took too long. I don't know. Maybe they didn't think the Saints had it in them to just keep going for the death push.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They were just trying to find something across the map to get some gold back on their carries, but yeah, your Nexus is not worth that gold. And just a very dominant series here from the Saints. They were the big favorites. You heard how Ricky was talking about
Yeah.
them before the game. So I think that's exactly what we expected, and that's exactly what we got, which is good for the Saints. Means they're on top of their game today. They're going to have a bit of a harder series, though, going into the second matchup.
Yeah, and that's how these tournaments work, right? First game, second game, third game, fourth game. Every game that you play gets harder and harder as you progress. But just looking at a recap of this game, wow, this feels like forever ago.
Yeah.
But it was only a 20-minute match. There was just so many ups and downs. This is really the point where I really felt like Team U had a chance to come back and take this game. They got the first blood then and there. They took out Maddie really fast, really convincingly. They did lose the Volibear, and then Lig, again, the Draven factor, just able to do so much damage, so much threat, force everybody back so much, losing your Orianna. So both mid laners kind of got caught, which allowed Flowcon to come back earlier, actually. And we're seeing Miracle chasing down Mac. Almost, no, he did get the kill. Yes, he did. Got that kill. It's just so much value off of this play the Saints were able to get, even though it looked pretty bad for them at the start. And then the Grubs play as well, TP coming in. This is where we see Lig getting to sit so comfortably in the back line. It just goes to show the value that Draven has when you're able to play him properly. And again, this is why you probably don't see him too much, but this is why you're seeing him this series. They just felt confident that they were going to be able to play this way, and they did. Again, Lig basically uncontested that entire time, just sitting in the back, throwing out the axes while his team's doing all the dirty work. That's going to allow them to chunk down every single member on the side of TMU. And the last play, you're seeing your Callista and Volibear come back too little, too late. And again, look at Lig, sitting in the back line. Nobody's able to get him. No one's able to reach him. Your Volibear's already dead. Callista's not going to be able to do any kind of damage, because guess what? Your Callista's dead. Your Orianna was dead before the fight even started. Bard already used a stasis. So that's just the game, realistically.
A very, very quick and convincing game for the Saints. I like their draft as well, Xerath. Not something they really ever play, but Flowcon whips it out here and had a great game on it. Was very far ahead of enemy Orianna. So all around the map, a really good job from the Saints. Take a look at the kills, the deaths, all the good stuff. Maddie had a great game on jungle. Only 2 kills and one death, but 13 assists. Was everywhere around the map when his team really needed him.
Huge. Again, the value of a good jungler being able to go around the map, flex around comfortably, go where you're needed. And I think that's exactly what he did in both of these games. Just really met the demands, met the needs of his teammates. And I think that kind of spelled how the series went for both games. He was so flexible. And Ricky as well. The stats don't necessarily show it, but a huge member of the team in terms of the strategies.
Yeah, I mean, they sacrificed him a couple times just to get so much more gold on the other side of the map. And in League of Legends, it's kind of the one game where you can't just look at kills and deaths and say, oh, like this guy didn't have a good game or a bad game. The only thing that matters is, do you take the enemy Nexus or no? And with Ricky's help, they were able to do so, even though he might have not been there always, might have been feeding at certain
Once or
times.
twice.
But in the end, it doesn't really matter. He still did his job. Good enough to the point where his team...
Look at those. Oh,
that's good stats right there.
beautiful. And this is why I always say, hey, you can look at stats. They can tell you one thing. All right? This is where stats tell you everything you need to know. Okay,
Yeah.
Miracle, unsung hero. You didn't get to see all the flashiest, most important, biggest, craziest plays out of him, but he was there when he was needed, and he did exactly what was needed in every single moment. You don't see some crazy play from Miracle where he walks down and feeds and then causes Lig to follow him, and then they both die for no reason like some people. Okay, Miracle, stable, consistent, and look at that kill participation, 85%.
Yeah, very, very, very good. All around the map, always making plays. And yeah, we're going to have an interview actually with a Miracle, the MVP himself. So let's talk to him. Miracle, a great series from you guys there. How are you doing today? How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. First game down, a bit, easy 2-0, so feels good.
I mean, I want to hear from you. I talk a lot of talk up here on the desk when it comes to your draft and how you guys are feeling going to the games. But based off of your picks in those first 2 games, to me it said that you guys were confident that you're going to be able to do whatever you wanted and walk out with a quick victory. Is that more or less what you guys were thinking with those picks?
Yeah, I mean, these are like picks we don't usually pick a lot, especially like me on Enchanters, but I think we were going for more like a lane or more of like a dominance type style to end it really fast because we knew our opponents were like weaker, but we got to save like some of our better picks for later, especially if people look at our match histories, right? Because everyone can view anything in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. And speaking of how this series went, I kind of want to pick your brain a little bit on what you think went so right for you guys. Was it really just the simple fact that you guys are just better? Is there any kind of extra insight you can provide on what went wrong for TMU and what went right for you guys? And hey, even what went wrong for you guys a little bit.
Yeah.
That second game was a lot closer than that first one, especially in the early parts. There was a lot of things that went wrong, and there's one team fight where something went really wrong I can think about. I just want to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I can't really speak for TMU side, but I think going into today, like we realized that this tournament is it's quite a big tournament. It means a lot to us. So I think just entering in with the right mindset, getting sleep the night before, and just really locking in. As for performance-wise, I would say that whenever I'm like really vocal, it really helps the team a lot, especially when I'm like calling the right things or calling the right targets or just like talking a lot in general. Like the team seems to fall together a lot easier. So I would say those are kind of the big contributors towards our success in the first game.
Well said, brother. Hey, appreciate the answer. You know, some, especially league players, you never know what they're gonna say. It's like, oh, I don't know. We just did good. No, you really giving us that insight. Matty approves. He's giving us a thumbs up right now.
And, you know, going into your next game, Miracle, obviously you could be forcing a former player of ours in Rock Boom down that ball. And I don't know if you know how that series has gone so far, but based on who you play, do you guys think you guys are going to be probably favorites going into that one? How are you feeling about your next round matchup?
Yeah, I think the next couple rounds are actually going to be like ramped up like quite a bit. I know that our next opponents will be pretty good regardless of who wins.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously I want to play against my old ADC Rock Boom, but I don't know if he's got what it takes to win. So I mean, we're gonna smash them either way, you know.
Hey, you know what? I love to hear the banter up on the stage. You know, I didn't want to speak for him. You know, Ricky seemed to think that he had a good chance, but hey, right there, Michael, he disagrees. But one way or the other, like you said, it's going to be a good series. I'm excited to see how that goes. Do you have any last thoughts to share on that last game? There was one moment I want to pick your brain. There was an initiation from Maddie near the top side where you guys are pushing their second tower in the top lane, and then all of a sudden they're all pushed out of the way. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes my jungler just has a mind of his own. Sometimes my ADC has a mind of his own. It's up to me to keep the team together. You know how it is.
Hey,
So.
that's the answer I was expecting to hear. I'm on your side, for the record. These guys, they just go out there, they do a bunch of nonsense, and what are you supposed to do? You're playing the game properly. You can't stop these guys. But Miracle, rest up well. You have a hell of a series coming up again very soon. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your performance. It was a pleasure to watch.
All right, thank you.
Take care. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Michael Miracle, one of the best league players this college has ever seen. Very happy to have him on our roster. Very happy to have him on our stage. But Theo, that's just one series under our belt. One of two. This next one, very important for not only team morale, but their chances of success in this qualifier. So we'll see what the Saints have in store and what they're capable of in this next series coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Game 2 coming up here between Saints, and you can introduce their opponent here, Daniel.
Dorado Gaming. But, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully we're going to go on a road to an L for Dorado. I am Daniil, also known as Benjamin McGee, and we got Theo, the Holy Juan Ivanov, and it was a pretty fun first series. It was fun for the Saints, at least.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was very fun for TMU, but it was fun to watch, and I think the door is open for a successful victory for the Saints against Dorado Gaming. But speaking of doors, there's a lot of people that are involved with these teams. Some people walk through the doors, some people hold the doors open and support everybody on the team. We're going to talk to Lane, also known as Parka, supporting member of the Saints varsity and academy teams. Lane, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I mean, you look like you're doing all right. I like the beard's coming along well. You got a cool hat, a cool sweater, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget we got Saints merch, but that's not the important part here. We want to talk to you about this team. We know you're involved with this team, their success, their failures, hopefully not too much with their failures, but I want to know, how do you feel the team has been doing overall? What are their strengths and weaknesses that kind of sets them apart from other teams that they're competing against today?
Yeah, so obviously our team, they've got a very strong bot lane and they play for it a lot. Normally, they tend to weak side the top lane, but their bot lanes are very strong. I think once you guys see the draft for this upcoming game, you'll see that they've definitely picked something to play to those strengths, and that's usually where they get a lot of their victories from. And Jojo, or Flocon, being a really strong mid laner, he can play many different styles. He can support the team, or he can 1v9, as you saw at the end of the last series.
Yeah. He was definitely 1v9ing. It seems like our team was kind of playing against him a little bit at certain points, but no matter. We're all coming back in the end. Now, those last series, you know what? We've talked about those last series enough. I want to know what your thoughts are going forward.
Yeah.
Okay, Dorado Gaming. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see Rockaboo make his return with the vengeance against the Saints because Dorado Gaming 2-0'd that team. I want to know your thoughts on this team. Is this a team that you guys are familiar with? Any names that you guys are afraid of on this roster? Or are these guys unknown factors for you guys?
I personally don't know any of the names by name. I do know our academy team. We actually scrimmed Rock Boom's team, and they're fairly decent. But I wouldn't take the result as I wouldn't put too much weight on it. This team is going to be a step up from the team they faced last round, but I think we should still be okay for sure.
And speaking of that academy team, how has that been going so far this semester for you guys?
Yeah, we're on a roll. We had one bad week of matches, but other than that, I think we've only lost one other match this semester. Other than that, obviously we participated at Waterland with the varsity team as well. Got fourth there, in a weird format, but we're on a roll. And obviously we had a couple players help fill in for these guys' CLAW match earlier today.
Fantastic. Just goes to show we got a lot of skill all around the board, no matter what color. Actually, no, everyone wears the same color now. These teams are wearing everybody's unified under the Saints banner. Lane, you play an integral role in 2 teams here at St. Clair College, so thank you very much for your work, and we appreciate your time. Good luck in the match, brother.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Take care. And that gives us now time to get started on this new series,
Yeah.
Theo. I'm feeling a little chilly. It's like there's a draft in the room, cold, anticipating what could be coming next. And Dorado Gaming, like he said, they're not too familiar with them, but the results, we can't know for sure what they're going to tell us based off of their previous series. We truly just have to wait and see what this team is like, how fierce they are.
Yeah, definitely have to see. We said the draft for game 1 was very strong here for the Saints around the bot lane, so I'm definitely expecting some big things. And yeah, let's head straight into here. Let's see what kind of picks they decide to pull out. Saints gonna ban out Udyr, Corky, Vlad, Nuno gonna get banned out for the side of Dorado Gaming. Now Saints looking to get their last ban. It's going to be the Aurora. They don't want to play against it. A very strong ban. And Jace can be banned out from Dorado.
Damn. I feel like I haven't seen Jace picked in forever. He's either just not touched at all or just banned outright. We're going to see Ricky taking the Olaf once again. Again, not too surprised about that. It worked for them really
Skarner.
well. I literally turned my head to you, look back, and it's a giant bug now.
Giant bug.
Big bug. Oh, Aatrox though.
Aatrox.
That again, that's one of those picks. It was kind of the theme of the last series where you pick it because you think you're gonna do really well, and I feel like Aatrox is the epitome of that. You see an Aatrox pick, especially first, I'm scared personally.
And the Zyra gonna get picked up as well here for Dorado. A known hard counter to the Skarner. Probably one of the best champions into that jungle. But for the side of the Saints, they pick up that Olaf who's gonna be able to run through Dorado, and Flocon could be on that Victor on a scaling mid laner. It's gonna be answered by Sivir. A very, very strong late game carry, but a bit weaker in the earlier parts of the game. So it's gonna be interesting to see if Saints decide to punish this weaker bot lane here. For the side of Dorado, who aren't going to be very strong as and the new bans come through. It's going to be Braum and Trindamir banned out here, and then Cassante going to be the next ban here for Dorado Gaming. St. Clair College awaiting their last ban. It's going to be the Camille. They want to go up against that. Surprising bans here from St. Clair considering Dorado have a Aatrox, but they just think that it could be maybe played in the mid lane, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, whoa. Just last pick immediately, the Rel and Ezreal. I was like, I thought it started with an X for a second. I'm like, what? Anyways, yeah, Ezreal with the Rel lane. I feel like that's gonna definitely be an interesting one to watch. So we still do have the Olaf pick for Ricky. They just wanted to change up the order a little bit. We got Skarner for Maddie, and looking at the bot lane for Dorado Gaming, just like Lane said, we play very heavily on our bot side because they are some of our strongest players. And again, just game strategy wise, it does work out very well to at least favor your bottom side to make sure they're not far behind and they can contribute to your early game skirmishes. I think Ezreal is really good at doing that. He's has enough damage that he's not going to be useless, and he has enough survivability to make sure that he's not going to be a liability to be bringing to a team fight. So I think them kind of picking strong bottom side, but Dorado Gaming's bottom side is equally as strong. I feel like there's no glaring weaknesses for either side, or really glaring strengths. Other than Dorado Gaming, I think they have much superior engagements for any potential ganks that are coming out.
I think they're playing Sivir mid. I mean, this is extremely off meta, not something you would really ever see, and it could be a decent pick. I mean, a farm heavy ADC trying to scale up. The only AP damage for Dorado will be the Zyra this game, which could maybe be an issue towards the later parts of the game, but a lot of damage here for Dorado. They have 2 ADCs and an Aatrox combined with a Zyra. I mean, that's a lot of DPS. It's a lot of burst damage coming in from all sides. Saints, they're going to have to play this game very carefully. I feel like it's going to be a lot on Ricky here against 2 AD carry champions to really control this game in these team fights. Try and run through the back line and make sure that both these carries cannot do what they want to.
Here's the thing though, looking at Dorado Gaming's draft, I'm starting to see something. And I actually noticed this with Zemo at the SGS. I hadn't seen a Zyra jungle quite really ever before, but now I'm seeing it. I see the value that it provides. Having Zyra not necessarily over-farmed in the mid, not under-farmed anywhere else, but decent enough, able to have impact in the lane, able to have decent items and rotate around. Her ultimate, the value she gets out of that is not to be understated. The ability to just press R and just have a giant knockup that's just going to do a lot of damage and really interrupt the enemy team, there's value in that. Sure, the rest of her kit, debatable, right? But
okay. It clears camps quickly.
Yeah, which actually is valuable. Being able to push waves really fast is helpful, especially near the where macro starts to matter a lot in the mid to late game. But with Zyra's ultimate, threatening just huge teamfight control, you also have Leona as well, who can, with her ultimate, really target someone, and with her stun off of her E as well. All that to say, it paves a road of success towards Aatrox, which I'm pretty sure they're kind of their strategy is going to rely heavily on him. I think it's a gutsy pick, like I said, which to me indicates that they have the confidence that whoever's playing is going to be able to do whatever they really want in this game. So with the Zyra ultimate backing him up, as well as the Leona stuns, and Ashe, of course, has her own stun, but I don't think that's going to be as pivotal as a role in the success of Dorado Gaming, besides the Zyra working in tandem with the Leona to make sure that Aatrox is able to have a dominant and overwhelming advantage in the early to mid game.
Yeah, absolutely spot on there. And I think a big key here for Dorado is going to be can the Ash arrows be connected onto the big carries of the Saints? Can can the arrows land onto the Victor? Can they land on the ADC? Can they maybe even find Ricky, who has that ultimate? Wouldn't be the best target, but this Ash arrow, I think, is going to be the main point of engage here, considering their only real engage is the Leona and Aatrox. Behind that, the other 3 champs are just damage champions. They just try and put out as much DPS as possible. So if the Leona and Aatrox aren't finding these big stuns, these big knockups to start these fights, I mean, I think the Saints have a great team comp to fight against it.
And that's the thing. It's a big if, and it's an if I don't think we're going to see come to fruition. I feel like the Zyra and the Leona are going to be able to find all the value that they're looking for this game. This team, obviously, is really skilled. There's no question about it now. We're in the second phase of this, or second round of this tournament, as we said before. And as Lane said, it's inherent into the structure of a tournament where as you go on, the teams get better, but specifically this round, the competition is going to be going up just that much more. So Dorado Gaming, I think their draft tells us that much, that they're confident that they will be able to execute their game plan well. The Aatrox is evidence of that for me, with the Zyra able to offer the team fights support as much as possible, with the Leona as like extra oomph to that strategy. But as we see that, speaking of oomph, we're starting to see Maddie in Oomphsville as he has to run away behind that bush, make sure nobody sees him. Flocon getting in the danger zone just a little bit on that Victor. The teams are now starting to make some aggressive pushes into the jungle. Dorado looking for something. They find Maddie. He's not going to engage at all. Ezreal kind of coming up. It looks like we might have some kind of a fight here. Not too sure yet. As they're catching each other.
Oh, we're gonna see some fireworks here. As level 1, Olaf very strong. They look to pick off the Sivir, forced to flash out early. Now Matt Miracle gets the knock up onto the Sivir. That's gonna be first blood going over to the Victor. The axes land on the Ashe. She might have to flash out here as well. Woo! A double kill as they get the knock up on the Zyra. She flashes away. A great start to the game as Victor has a couple quick early kills.
Flocon getting those kills is huge, by the way. Flocon, as again Lane mentioned, one of the best players on the team to base a strategy around. Having him have early success, huge. It's again, it goes without saying, getting kills early is good for you, and if you want good things to be happening to anybody, you want it to be happening to Flocon. Again, this fight very pivotal for this game. I believe they miss their blue buff jungle invasion opportunity. They get the first blood for Flocon, and again, Ricky just showing how much damage he's going to be doing with those axes. It's one thing to know he's capable of that damage, but it's another thing to see and feel it. I think that alone is just going to put a little bit of fear into Dorado Gaming and make them hesitate the next time they want to make an engagement.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lane swap from both sides here. Both bot lanes up towards the top lane. I think Dorado definitely wanted to catch Ricky out here in the top lane, but Saints, they answered perfectly. They are ready for it. And the 2v2 lane, I mean, it's pretty even. Probably won't see too much going on here. If anything, level 6, maybe the Saints engage onto this Ashe, who doesn't have flash for quite some time. I think that's a big thing to see. Also the Sivir flashless. You're going to see Miracle. Maddie try and come to the mid lane, gets the suppress. No spell shield. They're coming out from the Sivir, and she's going to fall down. 3 quick kills to the Victor.
Saints really showing up right now, getting a lot of success. But on the top side, we're seeing a little bit of an engagement coming out of Leona, pushing them back just a bit. Ezreal and Olaf are doing a good job of deterring them. Again, I feel like Dorado Gaming pre-level 6 definitely have considerable advantage when it comes to trading out against the Saints on the top side. Maddie has a considerable advantage trading out against Sivir. No vision there, and I guess he just wasn't really expecting him to be routing around that area. Allowed him to get that kill with a surprise, but yeah, found that kill pretty easily. Ricky is going to be the next victim. Oh, maybe. Does he have any summoners? He does have flash. He's going to flash his way out of that situation, and
red buff. Oh, he does
W. Huge for Ricky. Come on, go home, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, he is able to survive the gank, and that gives Maddie a lot of space to work with. Now Zyra didn't quickly go to invade the jungle off of Maddie's gank. In the mid lane, now you're going to see this Skarner try and move into that jungle, but Zyra trying to steal away the red buff. Here's Maddie, though, steals it away.
Come on.
Great job by Maddie. In a matchup that's pretty hard to play early, he's playing it very, very well to start off, and a good job for him in the early levels of this game.
I gotta say, the Saints are doing a great job so far. 3-0 right now. Again, that can change really fast when these teams Again, pretty evenly matched, I'd assume, or at least comparable in skill level. Dorado Gaming, yet haven't found a kill, but their draft is very forgiving in the sense that they don't need early game success. They can find it pretty easily, and they still have the opportunity to with this Leona, Ashe, and once Zyra has the 6. But right now, as long as they're not going to keep dying, they should be fine. But finding the stun, the laser beam's going to trap, get Sivir. Just a free solo kill for Flocon. And this is where we're going to start to the earlier thing we were saying where, sure, you might not have the best lane, but as long as you don't continue feeding, then you're helping your team. This is going to be one of the situations where, hey, maybe you just kind of take the L. Don't overextend. Don't try to recover too hard because, again, you're just going to end up paying for it with your life. But I think he kind of recognized he's resigning to the fact that, okay, I lost my lane. I just got to try to find as much value as I can. And you see, before he died, he wasn't even trying to fight Flocon. He was just pushing the wave, just getting as much CS as you can, respawn, get some gold, repeat, go back home. And now that Flocon's going to be recovering as well, he's going to have a little CS to recover.
Yeah, CS-wise, not looking too bad for the Sivir, but 4 kills to Flocon. He's going to pick up that Dark Seal. I mean, the Sivir should never be getting caught in the stun of the Victor. You have a spell shield. That's the only ability you need to spell shield. I'm very surprised that enemy Sivir has died twice now, where if she just spell shielded, she would have lived. So, a good job. Maybe just doesn't, doesn't expect it. Like, especially that level 3. I thought he was easily going to get away, but Maddie found the perfect timer. Now he's going to get a perfect timer for the Grub. Saints find the first 3 as Dorado. They're going to answer down bot with the Dragon.
Yeah, and as we're seeing now, the Dragon is going to get traded out by Dorado. Saints, again, have the advantage right now. I'm curious to see how they want to try to carry this momentum forward. So they know for sure Flocon had a good game. Again, that's still subject to change. Aatrox is doing pretty decently for himself. Much the advantage.
They're fighting this.
But they're going to be contesting this Dragon. Maddie's not here for the smite, but they're still going to be able to find a lot of damage. They're going to be able to smite that out. Zyra's going to take the Hex Tech Drake, but going to lose her life for it. Aatrox looking to be the next victim. Going to flash forward, find the stun. Miracle doing a great job to support the team, but all in vain. Olaf not able to follow up. Lig in the top side fighting off against the invaders. They are going to be forced back behind the tower without a support here to help out. He is vulnerable, but that's what I said before. Ezreal, vulnerable as he is, he's still survivable enough to be able to get enough done by himself. So you're able to use Miracle as a sledgehammer around the map to help your team get some extra objectives, get some extra kills, and do more things without sacrificing your bottom side entirely. And again, without Miracle, that play might not have gone as well as it did. We're seeing some more trouble in Paradise. Flocon gonna go down for the first time in this game. Huge bounty swing towards Desire. Double kill as well, finding Ezreal in the back line. Solo, gonna flash forward, find the kill on Leona, but forcing himself out now as he had no choice. Not going to be able to fight against all those remaining members of Dorado Gaming. We're seeing some signs of life again, trading out 3 kills on the board for them now.
Yeah, great job there from Dorado. Let's see the team fight again. Flocon, way too far out of position, all by himself. Just get flashed down by Leona, and a good job from the Zyra picking up the kill. And then the Ezreal gets absolutely nuked by the Zyra. Great team fighting there from Dorado Gaming. Saints do find one back, but overall, big play for Dorado to get back in the game.
Yeah, huge. And again, it's not going to be a game-winning play for them necessarily, but it's going to bring them back. We're finding Miracle in that bush. Verdict was sitting there ready to pass judgment. Leona's coming up. Now Lig is in a little bit of trouble. If he gets caught, stun coming from Miracle, going to buy him a little bit more time. Ashe arrow comes out. Leona's spear just barely missed as well.
TP behind.
Flashing forward, TP coming in. We got, actually no, he doesn't have, Olaf doesn't have the TP. Who's coming in here? It's going to be Flocon making his way in. Thanks for the Hex Tech Drake. Finding
nice
2. Beautiful kill, bringing them back in. That's going to be a nice swing back from that last skirmish that went Dorado's way. Saints putting their heel right back down on the gas pedal, and they don't want to slow down for anything here. Again, we can see they had the jump on the Saints at the initiation part. They were able to find Miracle, do a little bit of damage, but Verdict just overextended just a little bit, was able to get caught out just enough. Leona, rather, gonna get stunned, and again, the Saints were able to follow up. Flocon coming in, just doing so much damage to the backline, and then again, Maddie being able to use the ult to pull back the stragglers, get that kill. 3 more for the Saints on the board, and I gotta say, I don't think they had to commit too much for it.
No, the Saints are looking just very, very good so far. Up only 1.5k gold. It feels like it's a lot more than that. It feels like these team fights are very very decisive. But a good thing for the Saints, a lot of their gold is on who you want to be Flocon.
Yeah.
He is going to be a big, big dangerous threat this game as soon as he gets a couple items. I mean, this Sivir, she is up on CS a little bit, but outside of that, this Victor has a lot more gold with all the kills he's been able to get. And I think he's very close to completing his first item here on the Victor. I think a couple more waves might do the trick, as you see. Clears that one out really quickly. Might look to back now, as I think now they're going to be looking to fight anything they can where Flocon is involved.
Yeah, and Flocon, like you said, going to be the major benefactor of all this gold being thrown around the Summoner's Rift right now. And I'm curious to see how he might want to itemize. I'm pretty sure he's going to go for a fairly standard build, but I was just throwing the idea around in my head, if he wanted to try to tank up more, I wonder how the Saints feel about his value. If he wants to just be that huge bursting threat, or if they want him to be a little bit more present in these team fights and just have more consistent damage just by nature of staying alive longer. I do think the play would just be to go all in on the burst, because you look at the threats on the side of Dorado Gaming, it is Zyra, Sivir, Ashe. Those people just kind of melt. Leona, I mean, she's fairly tanky, but still, she's going to, she's a support. She's not going to be able to stand too much against the Victor. And Aatrox, while he can be tanky, a lot of that relies in his ability to fight back. And if you get a one stun on the guy and then you're able to pour all the damage in with Victor, then he's also not going to be able to stand much of a chance. So I do think a more than usual reliance on the burst itemization might be a bit more favorable for the Saints in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to be all about who can find the opening pick. If Miracle finds a big engage, or Maddie finds a nice one with his ultimate, then the Saints will be in a great, great spot. But if it's always the Ashe arrows that are landing first, with the Zyra being there to follow up, I mean, it's definitely a good chance for Dorado still. I would say the Saints are heavily favored from this position. The Victor has that Blackfire torch. The Skarner has the Heartsteel there. Doesn't have any stacks on it yet, but I mean, he's going to be so tanky this game. The Dragon gets started up here by the side of Dorado Gaming, but the Saints are going to look to answer. Maddie gets caught by the ultimate. Everything going to get thrown onto Maddie is exactly what I was talking about. Can they build a front line? But Miracle, 4-man ult, a 4-man Ezreal into a 4-man Ezreal. Ricky coming in on the later part of the fight, gets a triple kill. Maybe looking for the pentakill, gets the quadra, hits the axe on the Aatrox, looking for the pentakill. The Ezreal is going to take it away, but still a beautiful fight there from the Saints. Everything that needed to land, landed that fight.
Come on, let's go, Ricky. No better person for all those kills to go to, in my opinion. He works hard for every kill he gets, but as you mentioned, with those Ashe arrows starting off the fight, there's a lot of good follow-up for Dorado Gaming. Unfortunately, when the Saints respond as well as they did, Lig with that huge Ezreal ultimate and the follow-up from Miracle, or the initiation from Miracle to make that possible, and then Ricky just coming in after, it was seamless. It was just like watching a scene out of like Teen Titans. They were just so in sync and coordinated, one after the other, everybody where they needed to be, and able to execute their goals. That Dragon is still alive, however. Nobody went back to take it up, and I think Dorado Gaming might just be going back there to get that job done. I think the Saints are definitely looking to contest this one. They have Maddie here as proof. It's a good Drake. Everybody loves Fire Dragon, and I think they would benefit a lot from taking this one. I'm thinking here, I don't know if they want Ricky to even bother. He's a little bit behind. I think him just farming right now is good. So even if they don't go for the Dragon themselves, just stalling, forcing the Aatrox to be going back and forth, might even just be beneficial in and of itself. Which is, again, kind of what just happened. I think they might just want to be repeating that cycle as much as they can. But something brewing in the middle lane. I'm curious to see what he might be trying to do on the Saints side of things. Ezreal just doing what he does, getting those pokes. Still level 8, but he still represents a decent threat to anybody in his way. Again, could have gotten those kills if he just, shift it to the right a little bit. Realistically, he's not going to get those. Like, they saw him in plain daylight. But hey, look, Maddie and Olaf here, they're going to be taking this Dragon while Dorado Gaming takes this opportunity to try to get aggressive mid. Both rooted, and you have the Zyra ultimate. These guys are as good as dead. But with the Miracle not going down without a fight, he's going to come in and make this hell. Look at that. It's massive with Olaf here.
That's going to expand even more.
Zyra is good as dead. Flocon getting the follow-up. So they get a Dragon and 2 high-value kills. 3 high-value kills on the side of the Saints. Again, things are just going as well as they can be. Realistically, I don't think they're losing any of these trades without getting so much more in return. Flowcon is just representing such a huge threat for Dorado Gaming that realistically, they don't have the tools to answer right now.
Yeah, and you saw Lig just dies instantly in this fight. It's a 5v4 for Dorado Gaming, but look at this ultimate from Miracle onto 3 members, followed instantly by the Victor ultimate, and then every time he gets a kill, it resets and gets even bigger, and nobody from Dorado can even look to get anywhere in a range here. As I believe in the live view, we saw Ricky go down in the top lane, if I'm not mistaken. If he is dead, game over that shutdown, unfortunately, but...
And it's the way Ricky goes.
Yeah.
The Ricky way, but that team fight, I don't think there's a universe where you initiate on an ADC in support, and you're just like, guys, quick, kill the support! But I think that's one of those situations.
Oh?
Miracle just represented more of a threat,
is dead.
but Aatrox is going to lose his life for this tower. No, yes, he is! Flowcon gets the kill, and he's still alive, not for too much longer. He's going to fall eventually. Miracle trying to find some value, not going to get the stun, but Flowcon, or Lig, is going to hit the huge ultimate. They take down the Leona. This is going to be their chance. They're not going to overextend. Sivir is strong enough to really make them feel the pain of this chase, but once again, Miracle is such a huge threat to Dorado Gaming, and I feel like the longer it takes for them to realize that, the more they're going to suffer these team fights.
Yeah, Miracle's ultimates have been on point. Let's see what Ricky does up here in the top lane. He's just getting beat down by the Sivir. Doesn't even use W, just falls down there, and then the retreat. Aatrox does the same thing that Ricky did, dies for the turret, but in return, Flowcon does fall down. That's a big, nice shutdown to Zyra. Lig does find an answer kill on this Leona. Not a bad fight for the Saints. I mean, Dorado definitely could be happy with the outcome there, considering they're far behind, but still, Saints are still as fed as they were and going to continue to getting more and more ahead of their opponents as they get another turret down. Great job by them as Ricky gonna look for the solo kill, and this Ashe, she can't do too much, able to stay alive on 1 HP. Ricky can heal up from this mid wave. He's just gonna back out. I thought he had the kill there,
I
but
thought he had it too.
Doesn't have the damage.
I guess not. I mean, one more right click would have done it. He just didn't go for it, I suppose. Throwing out the axe, but Ashe is right here. She didn't go anywhere, buddy. Oh, she went straight to hell. Let's go. Ricky gonna die for this more than likely, however.
Oh, no, he's alive.
Unless Miracle is here to get the stun onto, just missing the Aatrox, however. Actually, Leona gonna commit the ultimate. Ricky's still alive. He's still standing strong, still swinging those axes. Gonna fall now. Miracle forced to retreat, but teammate here, we see Lig, Ezreal coming to support Miracle, forcing now Dorado Gaming back, forcing them to retreat. We got more people coming. Flowcon trying to get to the back line, but being faced by the Sivir, taking a lot of damage. Flowcon getting retreated back, but Maddie coming in with the support. We're seeing nukes go down on the Leona. We're seeing Sir Zephyr go down on the Sivir near the middle lane. Z-Royal, X-Royal is so low. Ezreal just misses. Flash forward once again. Miracle to get the kill. Actually, no. Flowcon is going to be able to get it. Still, all the value going his way. And even though he almost died near the start of this team, he's able to come back in a huge way.
Yeah, another great fight from the Saints, 25-9. A lot of kills on the board here. Let's get a replay of what just went down. So Lig in the top lane, gonna get a kill onto the Zyra. Great job by Lig here, now running for his life, is not able to get out, but the trade comes through here from Maddie and Miracle as Flowcon TP'd in. And then a longer chase for Ricky. Starts off with the Ashe going down, but Leona, just too much CC for this Olaf to handle. Aatrox came in late. Flash was not the worst, but the Leona ult stuns it for so long, leads to the death of the Olaf. But then the side of Dorado chase a little bit too hard here. Lig comes in here and just does so much damage, even though he misses, I think, every single ability for the first 15 seconds of this chase. In comes the rest of the team. Flowcon comes with the Sivir, gets the Sivir ultimate, gets the flash. Leona falls down. Down goes the Sivir, and the Aatrox just can't do anything in this situation.
But maybe what can be done in present time is maybe they're going to be able to defend that bottom turret. It's so low, but still, again, losing that Aatrox at the end of that fight was just the salt in the wound to really make it hurt. Saints going to lose their middle tower. They also going to be losing their Leona here as a result. Miracle going to be able to do a double task and coming in, helping out with that kill as well as getting out of harm's way as Dorado Gaming was retreating his way Rift Herald committed on the bottom side, helping them get two
TP.
towers right away. TP's coming in, however. Rift Herald
know
gonna
he's
be using
there.
an asset. They get the knock-up. The Ash Arrow just misses Flowcon, but doesn't matter. He's actually gonna use the Zhonya's. He is invincible, flashes out as soon as it's off, and now X-Royal, once happy and confident in the position that
Oh,
he's
it's
in,
growing.
is going to die instead.
growing.
And the Victor ultimate claiming more souls as they all fall to him. Flowcon is unstoppable right now. Lig as well in the middle of their base, just wreaking havoc. You see how low he is. He's still going to fall. I was about to say he's going to get out regardless, but no, proving me wrong as well. Maddie just trying to get these 2 kills. Not going to be able to find them, however. Still serving his purpose and forcing them back, giving his teammates enough time to take these objectives. You can see, again, the Rift Herald getting a knock-up on X-Royal. It's not going to matter too much, but it's the style points that matter, okay? Flowcon almost dying was huge. They found the Maddie ult onto the Zyra. Zyra ult, imagine if the Zyra was still alive there. That entire time they're all 3, man, stacked up there. They would have been ulted and completely knocked up. But thanks to that play from Maddie, really securing that team fight for his team. Flowcon dying. Somehow, everyone's dying. The entire Saints roster dying while we were looking back in the past, reminiscing about better times, but hopefully it at least was worth it. I mean, I'm only seeing Leona being dead, so I don't know.
No, definitely not. I don't know how they all died. Ricky, though, he's had enough of this tomfoolery.
I'm ending this now.
He's going to the Dragon. He wants to secure this one for his team. So let's see how successful he can be. He's just going to run straight through the Zyra, and look at his movement speed. He's going to take down the Sivir as well. Easy double kill for Ricky Lafleur. Now really fed on this Olaf, and I think at this point in time, Dorado have the biggest problem, and Ricky Lafleur's come online. 2 full items, working on that 3rd one. Nobody can really slow him down these team fights.
Hey, he has less CS, but 2 more levels over this Aatrox, by the way. And we can see here the initiation onto Flowcon from that Leona. And yeah, he was able to get chunked down from the back from the Zyra. And then on the bottom side of the map there, Maddie was getting chipped down by the Sivir. It was just everyone got split up a little too much and taken off one by one. But we have them taking this guy here, Otacon. And he's going to be very valid for them. I'm not sure what he's going to be giving them here, if he's going to be giving them the extra life or...
No, it's the flowers. They give you more stats, more XP.
What do these do?
They give you like XP and stuff.
Oh, huge. I knew about the Guardian's Angel effect.
That's if it's a low scoring
Yeah.
game. It's a lot of kills.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought if it was the kill effect, if it was more kills to get the Guardian's Angel.
No.
I see. So they just get cool stuff. They just
Yeah.
get a little EXP, little boost.
Yeah.
You'll never complain about getting something like that. And again, just before that kerfuffle, they did get the dragon. Ricky almost getting a huge kill, but hey, you know what? Hey, he plays on the dangerous side of things, all right? And Maddie committing in, finding the engagement. Huge damage from Lig with the Ezreal ult. And as you can see, the Saints are completely rolling them over right now. They can't stop from taking a single objective. Aatrox, who we thought were going to be the backbone of Dorado Gaming, is completely unable to do anything right now. It's Flowcon just too fed, finding huge value over, but Lig is still alive, forced back. Now the Aatrox is gone. They truly have nothing left on the side of Dorado Gaming. Ricky, Lig, everybody who was in such a dangerous, precarious position, they are able to all survive and get all that value, take all those objectives, got every single inhibitor. Now what do you do?
Now you just end the game. End the game the quickest way possible. I think that way is just try and take any team fight. When Dorado walk up, you have 3 inhibitors. The minions are going to be flying in from left to right. Look for a pick on side lane maybe. Won't be the worst ideas. Saints, they're going to be coming out of spawn. You can look at the items. I mean, there's just nothing here that Dorado can do. Ricky, 3 full items. Skarner has 2 items and a half. Victor, 3 full items to upgraded boots. Ezreal, 3 full items to upgraded boots. I mean, so much gold here for the Saints that they just can win a fight, even if they don't play it mechanically well, with just their wallets.
Yeah, they really don't have to do too much thinking anymore. That's the beauty of gold and experience in League of Legends. Like I mentioned, this Aatrox, again, you can tell just by the stats and the CS distribution, he was supposed to be the chosen one for Dorado Gaming. He still has more CS than Ricky, but again, that doesn't matter when he gets a 2-level advantage over you. Ricky is basically unstoppable by everybody unless they're all committing on him, and that's a problem because he can just run at your Zyra, and there's nothing she can do. Alt pop, and he's chunking them down, stealing all that life back. Maddie comes in with a huge charge, finds the catch onto the Sivir. She's gone and forgotten. Now Aatrox trying to fight for his Nexus, trying to fight to survive, but there's not a damn thing you can do when it comes to fighting against Flocon. He is too unstoppable, too ruthless, too cold of a killer. They are going to go down, and I think somehow this is even more dominant of a victory than we saw it previously.
Yeah, a bit more resistance from Dorado in that game. They got 15 kills of their own, but 41 to 15. I mean, that's not really a close game. Definitely a strong showing there from the side of St. Clair, and a very good start to the series. Now they're just one game away from taking it home.
Yeah, one game away from taking home and taking us home as well. Dorado Gaming, however, I don't like to call things early, but I really do feel like they're going to come back in a very big way in the next game. I feel like there was just a couple of things that went wrong for them in this game, and hopefully we're going to be able to get to see some of these here. Again, this team fight is such a small, well, not a small difference. The absence of your Zyra really was a huge difference in this game. The whole reason you picked the Zyra was for situations like this, where you want to get those big CCs to allow your teammates to find this value. It really is the fact, I think, that you have to wait to level 6. And I think that was too long for Dorado Gaming in this game, because the Saints were able to accomplish so much before then. Every fight that they got in the early game is what accumulated to have this success that you're seeing now. It's the battles of the past that make up the future, the foundation for the future. And again, Ricky ended up being an unstoppable monster, even though he didn't have the best start. Maddie kind of was a very strong force of the entire game. Again, Lig playing that Ezreal, able to do so much damage and get out of all these really bad situations, surviving off of 1 HP in a lot of cases. The draft, I think, just really fit perfectly with how, well, more the other way around. They played this draft exactly how they wanted to, and it worked out really well against the draft and strategy of Dorado Gaming. There was no team fight that was easy for this team, and I think you can see that in the scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. A great job from the Saints. Moving into game 2, obviously fearless draft here, so we won't be seeing any of these champions in game 2. It really makes you wonder, what do the Saints pick? Last time we saw them play a Draven and just straight up slam their opponents with a lot of pressure, but yeah, look at these stats. Flocon had an amazing game, 17-3-15, was very heavily involved in a lot of the kills. Definitely gonna have to be my MVP for that first game.
Yeah, more kills than the entirety of the enemy team combined. I think doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, good job by him there. And for the side of Dorado, I feel like the Sivir mid pick was definitely not the best. As you could see, Flocon was able to dominate that Sivir so hard in lane. 78% kill participation on a mid laner.
That's insane.
On a Victor, that carry mid laner.
Yeah.
Not like it's really easy to get assist on that champion. You kind of need to get those kills on yourself to get those items. And that's exactly what happened in that game. And a very pivotal part to why Saints are up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, it's different. You know, we saw Miracle with 85%, but that's on the support.
Yeah.
That's on somebody who just by breathing you're getting assists. This is Victor mid. You have to really believe and try for every one of those kills and one of those interactions. So 78%, that's a huge indication of the kind of game that he had. No doubt about it, Flocon MVP, and I think that was kind of the path that we were sent down as soon as he got that triple kill in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job there from the Saints, but you know, we're get ready for the draft in game 2. But before we do that, we're gonna throw it to a really quick break. We'll be right back with the draft of game 2.
ladies and gentlemen, we are on the road to an L for Dorado with the Saints. The way they're playing, it is going to be inevitable that they're going to take the series 2-0, but they have one more chance to come back in this series. Dorado Gaming, they, how do we say? They didn't meet my expectations personally. I was scared going into this series. Whenever it comes to unknowns, especially when we're playing the realm of Tier 2 teams, and this is round 2 of the tournament, I'm thinking, whew. Are they playing against Double Lift? Like, who knows? Apparently, Double Lift is in this tournament. I'm scared personally. So, in any case, there's always a possibility that the team that you're playing against is going to be some secret squad of stacked geniuses who are going to be playing in the next LCS.
Well,
you never
they're
know.
seeding.
Well, I mean, they could be unknown but still strong, right? You don't know. That's the thing with these kinds of tournaments. So, again, I was scared for the Saints, but seeing that first game, a little less scared, but I'm still scared because we've seen the Saints lose pretty hard before.
And you can see some food there on the table. The players getting nicely rejuvenated, getting some food in them. And Ricky had a very good meal between those games. He had some like steak, rice, deliciousness.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, kind of saw that. I mean, that's amazing food right there.
When
Great
I saw him holding
choice.
it, I was like, I don't know what that is, man. It looked a little strange to me.
Looked a little bit good. Can't
you?
lie. To me, yeah.
In
Anyway.
any case, go ahead, take it. You seem like you have something to say.
Fearless Draft, you could see the map, match 1, picks, and we won't be seeing those in this game. Bans are going to be probably around the same. Nunu, Corky, going to be the first 2. As now the rest of the bans are going to be coming through. Saints, by the way, on red side for this game. They were the highest seed, so they got to pick the side before the game. That's the one thing that people might be asking. Why did they get blue side first game? They were the higher seed, and that's what they chose. And yeah, banned out Corky and Nunu to start off this one. As the picks are gonna be coming through. Vlad Kalista gonna be the other 2 bans for the side of Dorado. Saints banning Udyr, Aurora, Jace first picked for the side of Dorado.
So I think that Jace ban we saw in the first game might have been a if I can't have you, nobody can type of ban. Seems that they prefer to play the hero. We're seeing a Sion pick right away. I had a feeling we're going to see a Sion. The way Ricky's been playing this series, I feel like he would rather be, what's the word? Because he's still starting the fights on Olaf, but I feel like more selectively. When you're playing Sion, you're starting the fight whether you like it or not, right? With Olaf, he's like, can I take this one, can I not? You have to be picky. But we're seeing the Xin Zhao coming out afterwards, and then the Wukong and Rise going to be next for Dorado Gaming. Rise has been changed a million times, so I'm not even going to pretend like I know what he does right now, because if they continue that trend, then I definitely don't know what he does now. But Wukong, that's like a tree right there. There's 1,000 rings around this one. This guy's been the same since day one, okay? So, stable champion, allows you to do a lot flexible, good damage, good team fight ability. Very tricky, allows you to get in and out of fights pretty consistently. Flowcon back on the Ahri, I'd be shuddering and quivering if I was on Dorado Gaming, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Dorado, they actually did a bit of research. They banned out the Nunu, so it won't be as good as it was last time, you'd think. But it gives Maddie a lot more room to pick somebody else as we get to the second state of bans. We're going to see Braum banned out, and then the Cassante.
Not sure why they banned Cassante.
You could play mid.
I guess.
But, like, is it that good mid?
They picked Ahri.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, were they thinking that Slam's jungle? Like, I don't know. I actually have no idea why.
They have Maddie.
Yeah, so what? Support?
I don't know. Dorado are cooking, I'll be honest. But St. Clair, they know what to ban out. They ban out Braum and Rakan to support. Zaya going to be the ADC of choice for Dorado. Saints going with the Kaisa. Now Dorado have some decision making to make. Tarek, I don't know how much I like Tarek here. I don't think it's very, very good here, but
look at them.
They're
Savages.
all eating. They're all eating.
Stuffing their faces. Shameful. But we're seeing Tarek getting picked out. Again, questionable at best. No, Nautilus, not questionable at all. If you question that, you're a fool.
True.
You're a shrimp in the sea compared to this Nautilus who's gonna devour you whole. Look at the boys. They're all laughing. Flowcon doing that.
He plays with his knees
Yeah,
on his
Flowcon
chair.
sit.
I don't know how you can play the game like that, but
Adaptations. He's probably from somewhere really cold. you know?
Maybe.
And you have to keep yourself warm. Sometimes my feet get cold. Hey, we love you too, buddy. Sometimes your feet get cold, at least mine do. I'm like, this sucks. I gotta put on slippers. No, you just put your feet on the chair and you're chilling. He's definitely more flexible than I am.
I mean, you can't do that.
I-
I think you could. I think you underestimate yourself.
Sure, I know. But in any case, the picks are the picks. The bands are the bands. I can't do it a little bit. It's not comfortable, but. Yeah, I really like the Nautilus pick. Miracle has been having such high impact this entire series and the last series as well on champions where it's a little difficult to.
The thing is,
And I think Nautilus helps.
Tarek is a counter pick to Nautilus.
Who cares? You're going to counterpick the support?
I mean, that's literally what they saved the last pick for. Counter support.
Sure, I guess.
I mean, if I'm
I wouldn't
looking at
do
this,
that
like,
personally.
if I'm looking at this draft and I don't know the names on the screen, I would say the blue draft is honestly pretty good. It's just that Jace might have a bit of a rough time against that Scion once he gets a little bit more tanky. But other than that, I would say Dorado's team comp is honestly pretty solid into St. Clair. I mean, if Maddie or Miracle try to engage, the Tarek should be there to have enough sustain to out-sustain the damage of St. Clair. I mean, their only real DPS is Lig. Everyone else is pretty bursty.
I see what you're saying, and I'm inclined to agree, but when you do take a step back and look at the grand scheme of things, again, I get a little myopic when it comes to my perspective on team fights. There's a lot more to the team fights than just everybody pressing their team fight abilities and trying to do as much damage as they can to as many people. A lot of team fights come down to what happens before, right? When we're looking at the pre-team fight, I think the States are able to just do so much more and so much more effectively on getting these fights started in a way that they prefer. They have Flowcon on the Aria. We saw what he's capable of doing. And when you have at least one or two pre or follow-up stuns or CCs to follow up with that or initiate with that charm, you're killing at least one guy. 99% of the time. There's nothing you can do about it. That guy's going to go down. He's going to die. What does that mean? I feel like for Dorado Gaming to feel comfortable in any team fight, maybe I'm wrong, they need everyone. You can't take a fight being down anybody on this team because they're all stable, consistent DPS with bursting mechanics and elements. But you need to be a team, you need to be efficient, and you need to make sure you're taking your team fights selectively. Whereas the Saints, any one of them can die, and we're missing a stun. Oh well. And then you go in and you kill at least 2 or 3 people regardless because of just how much damage the Saints are able of putting out. And again, that's not to say that their team comp is even bad. I just think it's a little less reliable, but they're still capable of a lot of great things. Again, the Scion, if you play it properly, which we know Ricky can if he wants to. He doesn't always want to, though. And Miracle with the Nautilus, again, these are 2 really high-value supports or team fighting characters for the sake of controlling them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jace was first picked here for their side on the...
They want it.
They wanted it. They wanted to play it.
Yeah.
And the Saints say, okay, no problem. We'll pick Scion into it. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if the Scion can stay even in SI lane. I mean, Jace, if he's even with the Scion, that's not good. He needs to be ahead. He needs to bully in this lane. He needs to get some kills early and try and put the team on his back. Otherwise, I think across the map, Saints have a pretty well laid out team composition.
And I'm realizing it now, but we are in a situation we were in last game. Their top laner has the responsibility of winning them the game. Didn't work out last time.
No.
And it was pretty, I don't know, maybe, I'm not sure if it's even, but I kind of would even favor the Aatrox in that matchup. Maybe I'm just completely foolish. I don't know for sure. But I feel like Aatrox is pretty comfortable in that game. They just weren't able to find it. Now Jace is on the back foot, and you have to rely on him. He does, again, he have the rage advantage, but Scion at some point just doesn't care anymore.
Yeah.
Like past like level 4, he's like, oh no, I can't take another Q. Like I can't. No, he doesn't care. He's gonna be able to do what he wants. He's gonna be able to he's gonna hold Q, wipe a wave, and just leave, and then come back and just repeat that until you're both level 6. And like next thing you know, he's pressing his R, he turns into a train and kills your mid laner, and you're just there hitting creeps.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do?
I mean, that's the perfect game plan if you can play like that, like the Scion. I mean, that's the way to do it. And I think I was watching Ricky in the practice tool before their first series. He was just playing Scion, spawning in a random location on the map and testing out drifts, making sure he can drive well between his corners. And it was looking really good.
He's doing laps.
Yeah, he was just like practicing things like that. So small things like that. It's going to be interesting to see if I see maybe one of those weirder engages come out from where he goes through the whole jungle and somehow hits into mid lane. I think that's going to be a big part of this game.
Yeah, and if the last game is any indication of it, I just realized we haven't talked about Maddie at all.
Talked about him a little bit.
A little bit, but I think it just has to be talked about a little bit more.
Yeah.
The bottom lane, who cares? Like, we talk about them enough. We already know they're going to be a huge part of the strategy. But with that Xin Zhao, I think that allows you so much choice in how you want to go about mopping the floor with your opponents. I think with those picks, or with the Xin Zhao, and the extra, what's the word, pizzazz he possesses and he puts into a team fight, it's scary for any team. So we said that they're very bursty. Xin Zhao, no exception, but I think he is going to be the X factor that will allow the Saints to play beyond the burst a little bit more. But again, there's a lot of factors that go into a draft. There's a lot of factors that go into a success and a failure of a team. But if we can see a repeat of that previous game at all, then we'll know the Saints are definitely in a good position to walk away with this game.
And Wukong forced to flash extremely early on. Miracle did use his flash for that one, but I think he will happily take that exchange, as now Saints have full control of the top side in the jungle, and they spot out the Jace. I don't think they want to do any lane swap shenanigans, do they? It's going to be interesting. The Terra Xayah are sitting bot. If I had to guess, I definitely think the Saints might do a lane swap here, and yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're going to send the Scion down. That's kind of the reason why you pick the Scion, because he can die, capture the wave, get all the gold, get all the XP. In meantime, the enemy top laner, he won't get any of those benefits after dying. So, yeah, you're going to see the Jace just completely leave top lane. He's going to run mid lane to grab XP.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see. He's going to be in the mid lane. Yeah, whoa, this is a little weird.
Yeah.
Hey, we're entering foreign territory. I don't know the protocol here. I don't know the correct play.
Protocol.
You're sacrificing a little bit of time for your mid lane, but hey, it's worth it, because that means you're going to guarantee that your Jace isn't going to be going into a lane swap. But how long can you keep this up? I don't know. Flowcon doesn't seem to mind it too much. He's chilling. He's still getting his CS. He's he's doing great. He's doing fine. We have our bottom lane farming top with literally zero contest. Help me out here, man. What the hell is going on, dude? I'm scared.
This is League of Legends. I don't know. The Jace is going ball lane now.
What?
I mean, they're gonna look to dive this Scion, but you're gonna kill him. I mean, I'll give you that. You're gonna kill him.
Are you?
Yeah, I mean, there's
okay,
4 members
He
here.
walked
He's level 1. How much of the wave can he collect? I think he's gonna get most of it. Look at the health bars for the creeps here. It's a good first kill for the side of them, but I don't know how good it really is. The Jace forced out to flash, and a good job by St. Clair to get their Kai'Sa very far ahead.
Yeah, and force Miracle bottom as well, so it's a one-on-one Jace versus Kai'Sa. I don't know exactly how that matchup's going to work out, but you definitely want Miracle with Lig. That's, the whole point of lane swapping, etc., etc. But he's stuck bottom, level 1 as well, so even though he's here, he's not going to have too much of an impact. Doesn't have a lot of his valuable spells just yet. Lig seems to be doing some work here in the top lane. See some HP bars going down, going up. CS-wise, again, he had a whole first wave to himself, so with the 21-5 on the Jace.
Oh, he's dead.
Evidently, but Miracle is going to die. Yeah, I was going to say, maybe got that hook, but no, he's definitely going down here. Dorado Gaming, definitely having a lot better of a game right now than the previous one, and a lot of it's off of the back of that really weird first half of the game where they were kind of just going all over the place. And again, they're repeating it right now. We have 3 people mid right now. They don't care. They're ADC. This is looking like Dota right now. This is why I love it, all right? I don't know what they're doing, but I know it's making sense. It is working. They're not getting penalized for it. But, in the next update, apparently you will get penalized for doing something like this. So cool, great stuff, Riot. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, so much stuff happening. Easy kill here in the ball lane. Ricky's still level 1, just could not get to that level 2 in time. Does collect the wave, but then Miracle getting a bit too aggressive. Easy flash there for Rise guarantees a kill for him. And Miracle is still level 1, by the way. It's been 4 minutes. Now finally hits that level 2 threshold. The Taric is also level 2, so it's not like it's a huge difference here between the supports, but it looks like the rest of the team is going to have plenty of XP to play with.
And now we're seeing Equilibrium come to the Rift. Jace is going bottom, and the bottom lane is going top. We're finally going to have the game that we were supposed to see, but we're 5 minutes in. There's a lot of kills and gold going around the place. The only difference is right now we're seeing a pretty decent gold advantage going the way of everybody who was in the lanes at the start. We see Kaisa with really good CS, really good gold.
No, Ricky's
Same with
dead.
Sion, but yeah, Ricky is definitely dead. I was like, oh, he's near his tower. No, he's near their tower. He has
Yeah.
nowhere to run. But hey, getting some good damage, and like you said, maybe he's probably gonna at least kill that cannon before he goes down. Just get as much gold and EXP as he can before he falls. Again, there's worse things that can happen to you on a Sion. And again, with all this lane swapping stuff, he's basically burning away the advantage that he was given at the start.
Yeah, I mean, level 5, he's doing a good job on CS and on the levels part. Yeah, he dies a couple times now, but it doesn't matter. He's just a walking tank anyway. He doesn't really need the gold. And now it's going to be on this Kaisa to try and poke out this Taric, but that's going to take a lot of work here. This Taric is already in a decent spot. Has that tier online, going to be stacking it up to try and get that Fimble Winter, I believe. Matty, though, with a nice counter invade here, looking to pick up some knowledge, and Miracle is going to be walking to the jungle with him. Grub spawn in 10 minutes. That's going to be the next big objective here. It looks like Wukong completely fine to give this one away as Saints. Should be getting the first 3.
Yeah, I was going to comment. Matty definitely having a better time in the jungle as well. At least he has more items, but that to me means success and happiness. Spawns are coming up now, and that means Matty has some more work to do before he's going to go on to do whatever the hell else he wanted to go about doing. Rise and Flocon in the mid lane, despite the weird start, it seems that they've kind of evened things up a bit. In fact, he's going to be making a rotation now to the bottom side, just picking on old Ricky here. Miracle, I think he's recalling. Yeah, he's going to go back and see if he can just... Nope, he's going to stay where he is. They get the grubs, and I think they're just going to return back to the top side. Nothing's going to come from that rotation bottom. Rise just burn a little bit of time, come back, clear the wave, go next. Everything's just still pretty chill.
Yeah, pretty chill game. Both Ari and Rise doing a great job. Here's a fight in the bot lane, though. Exhaust does get used here by this Taric, but it's not going to lead too much. Saints get a pretty free summoner out there as this Kaisa can be forced to back now. Doesn't have too much HP or mana. Looks like the side of Dorado Gaming also going to back up the Xayah and the Taric. They're going to stay in this lane. They're going to push this wave out, and Saints, I mean, they're going to miss a little bit of XP and gold here in this next wave.
Yeah, hopefully it's not going to hurt too much, but as we return to the state of the lanes, we're seeing bottom side, well, top side for DOG. They're going to be heading back to the base, get their items, recover, recoup, and now this is where things get really weird, because numerically there is no numbers-wise advantage. There's no net worth advantage for either team. Like, there's just a couple hundred gold. The difference is 3 kills on the board. They're even on objectives. Besides the 3 kills that Dorado have, the game's basically even. And I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how these teams feel about it either. I feel like one of these teams definitely wanted to play for some kind of advantage. I feel like, if anything, Dorado, they were fighting to not get rolled. Again, they did everything they could, literally sending Jace mid and stalling for 5 minutes just to make sure he didn't have to go against a dual lane. So, again, the strategy of just making sure that their top laner has a good game seems to be going their way they planned, and Saints, I don't think they're getting close, especially if they wanted, but in the mid lane, the Flocon finds the Rise, takes him down. First kill on the board for them, and again, it's a value one. That's all that matters here. That is going to be a pretty good gold swing. They were pretty behind in the gold. It's, again, just the hundreds, but now they're a couple hundreds in the lead. And when the game's this close, the small advantages are the ones that matter. Matty forced to flash, but he's still going to lose his life for it. But Miracle and Lig on the backline, hoping they can at least get one kill. Xayah not going to be able to, not going to get taken down, but Flocon here with the Charm and the Orb, doing as much damage as he can here to the Taric with the rest. Lig trying to get that kill. He is going to fall, but he did a lot of damage. Can his team follow up off of it? No, Miracle is going to go down. Flocon not able to find those kills in time. He's forced to flash. Verdict goes after him. Not going to be able to find that kill, however. And he can't even recall because of the burn. He's stuck here waiting. They want to get these kills so bad. Finds a Charm. Might even be able to find that kill. He does, but is going to go down for it. Again, even this exchange, I feel like it's kind of even. You lost 2 on the side of the Saints, but I don't know. I feel like it could have gone worse, and I feel like they kind of got what they wanted out of it. They're just this game's getting, it's just being kept so close.
Yeah, Dorado definitely coming out on top there. That Tarek healed for so much there, and the Saints just simply do not have the damage to find the kills. You'd have to think to yourself that as soon as the Xayah gets hooked here, she gets knocked up. No ultimate here. This Xayah should be falling down as soon as possible. Gets hit by both Qs there, but look at the Tarek healing. Heals her up there, heals her shield, heals her up again, and then heals her up again, and then heals her up again. So much healing there coming in from the Tarek, who's just hitting the Nautilus, and that's what I was talking about. Not sure why they picked the Nautilus into the Tarek when the Tarek just matches up so well against it.
Yeah, I feel like... How do I want to phrase this? That fight, the way it went, I think... When I really think about it, I think if Flocon had the dash, I think they would have rolled that. Oh, but speaking of rolled, someone's Ethernet connection got rolled and unplugged as we're in a bit of a DC timeout here. Tech issues, whatever the case may be, even if you needed to take a pee. We're here to take you through it, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait to get back into the action. As I was saying, I feel like one big difference in how that team fight went, it really does just come down to the fact that Flocon didn't have the dashes. I don't know when he used it or why. I didn't notice it there, but if he had those dashes, for example, he gets that Q onto Flocon or onto the Xayah, he would have been able to just dash it and then boom, she's dead immediately. It's those small things, having your dashes on Ahri, having this ability off of cooldown 1 second later than you needed it to. These are the things that matter and affect team fights so significantly. So everything adds up in the end and added up in the favor of Dorado Gaming in that team fight.
Yeah, pause here. You can see, I think we're heading back into game relatively soon. You can see players getting their hands on their keyboard. Must have been like a disconnect or something. But so far, Dorado, I mean, they are definitely playing a lot better than the Saints in this one. They've been able to not just slow them down, kind of just take over, and they found good players on both sides of the map. Obviously, there's still a lot of League of Legends to play, but in the early parts of this early game, I would say Dorado definitely has the better game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them kind of carrying the momentum from those early game shenanigans, which I'm just thinking about it now. As soon as you saw the Jace sitting in that mid lane, we should have known something was wrong. Like something crazy was happening. And right now it's playing out in their favor. They definitely have the Saints by the neck right now, but not so much that the game's over, of course.
Yeah.
The Saints are still able to come back pretty comfortably. They just have to, on the side of Dorado Gaming, make sure that they don't lose this advantage that they have. It's very easy to. And the Saints just have to make sure they don't slip up more, because that's how you start to have those snowball situations that are quite unbeatable sometimes in League of Legends.
Yeah, and the Saints have the 3 grubs, their win con. They could look to get those 6 grubs, but their tower pushing this game isn't necessarily too strong. I mean, it's okay, but Sion's decent, you would think, but I think he's going full tank, so he's not going to be taking towers as quickly. And, you know, I think grubs is definitely a strong objective, but I think they should definitely, in a game like this, not give the chance for soul to their opponents.
Yeah, they got the first dragon on the side of Dorado Gaming. And I feel like the Saints, they really do favor the Void stuff. They don't really go for the dragons as much. And whether or not it's going to come back to bite them, we'll have to wait and see. The way this game's going right now, I know it's still early, and I know the Saints are still more than capable of making a comeback. Just based off of all the factors and the draft as well, I do see this going to a game 3. At least from what little we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's all really up to Lig. He's their only real consistent DPS, and this Tarek pick is just going to deny him so much damage, especially in these earlier skirmishes. He just out-heals her auto attacks, and you saw it come into that team fight on the top side. I mean, so many low health bars for the side of Dorado Gaming, but nobody died. Everyone stayed alive, and it was just a winning fight. I think the Saints have to maybe slow down on the team fighting for a little bit until they can hit some more big item spikes like the Rage Blade on the Kaisa.
Or Miracle's Ultimate.
Like Miracle's Ultimate. Something along those lines, as it's going to be important. The grubs are spawning up here for the side of St. Clair. Looks like they're going to be the first ones to start it. And Maddie's going to be hitting away at them. But it looks like the Dorado Gaming are not giving these ones up without a fight. And in a team fight, I definitely expect Dorado to have the upper hand. Maddie forced the ultimate early. Tarek ultimate is going to be online. Miracle's level 5. I mean, That's a good ultimate from this Tarek. Nobody is going to be going down, and feels like Saints, they just should not be taking
Charging
these
in.
team fights. There comes Ricky. Hits it onto the Tarek. The Zaya, I don't know if she has the ultimate. Wukong is going to get knocked up. Do they have the damage to kill this Wukong? Ricky, he's trying to get it. They won't get it. This can be a lot of kills going over to the side of Dorado Gaming. And that was a huge team fight. Might be the one that takes us to a game 3.
It's super early to say.
Oh.
I do agree. Fights like that, at levels of play like this, they don't just fizzle out. They have a long reverberating effects. Again, Miracle doesn't have his ultimate yet. This fight goes differently if he did. Not that much differently, but differently enough. Maddie being the first to go down here and getting caught out, that definitely has a huge impact on the way this team fight goes as well. You don't have that burst threat on your Zaya as much as you do right now. Imagine after that, the Zaya is getting gone on by Xin Zhao on the backline. Not pretty. Not pretty at all. Tarek going down is still important because then that denies a lot of the recovery. Again, it's just what, like 100 HP separating this Wukong from living and dying. It's just the small things that are preventing the Saints from really optimizing and finishing off their team fights. And again, same thing, the Zaya surviving off of like 50 HP. Where that 50 HP would have been if our Xin Zhao was still alive? Who knows?
Yeah, they die again here. I think the Saints have reached their boiling point. When things start going downhill for them, they go downhill, and they go downhill quickly again. I'm going to keep pointing to this. They picked the Nautilus into the Tarek, and this Tarek has gotten so much more value than this Nautilus, and they look to find the pick here onto the Xin Zhao, but they cannot kill through the Tarek healing. It's just, I don't know how the Saints expected to win this game with this draft. I think that's definitely something that's going to have to be reviewed because they can't take any mid-game team fights. They just have to sit there, farm, give all objectives, and they can't do that. It's not in their DNA. They want to fight everything. And you could really see it coming back to haunt them in this game as it's going to be it's just so hard to play this for the rest of the game.
Yeah, 3K net worth difference now between these teams. Thankfully, you see more CS on Leg. You don't feel it though. That's the issue. He is a level higher than the Zaya, but he is forced to be playing in the shadows and just head down farming. Which again, this team doesn't like doing that. Being forced to play in an uncomfortable play style for them, as well as having like a dagger on a rope hanging above your head, it's an uncomfortable, precarious position to be in. Lig might be getting to his first real fight around here. Not quite. They're just going to back off. Miracle finally has level 6. This is a big moment for the team. Again, being able to just bring that much extra impact into these team fights. Again, just a point and click, press R. This guy's going to be stunned in a couple of seconds. It's very valuable. Very, very valuable. And playing these fights without it before is a little questionable to me.
Yeah, it definitely was not the best idea. It's going to take a lot for the Saints to get back into this one. They're down over 3,000 gold at just 14 minutes. Xin Zhao 0-3, Miracle 0-4. Lig also not having the best of games on the Kaisa. I mean, not far behind is this Kaisa, but the Zaya definitely with those 3 kills and 5 assists going to have a little bit more gold to herself. Now as the resets coming in from everyone around the map. Jace going first item, Black Cleaver. That's not something you see too often. Ricky has that Sunfires, has a couple of Giants belts, probably building into that Heartsteel. This Rise, we haven't really seen him a lot, and that's a good thing for the Rise. He's just leveling up, he's scaling up, he's going to be level 11 very, very shortly. Has that Roa, so he'll get an extra level. As Ricky might be looking for a play himself, gets deep into enemy territory. This Wukong is here. Should know that the silence in this bush. I don't think we should get a fight here, but this Rise, alongside this Wukong, they're walking up very far. I'm not sure what they were thinking. A quick, easy kill, flashing right into the Ahri. Not a good idea here. Flocon picks that one up. I mean, Dorado Gaming, they knew that they were there. They saw the Scuttle get knocked up, but the Wukong just had zero respect as now Saints get some gold back in their favor.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're going to have the Jace free farming the backline in the meantime. But we're going to see Ricky make his way over just to offer some form of resistance. Those are big moments for the Saints. Again, nothing too crazy, but signs of life. Like you said, not sure why they walked up so far, even if you thought that whoever was there was alone or you had a chance to get the kill. It's just not worth the risk. You're already far ahead, like you said, or like I said. You want to make sure you have the advantage. You're not letting it slip out of your hands. Realistically, you don't need to push the advantage that much more. League is a very snowbally game. There's very few things you can really do when you're far behind to get back in, except kill people who are feeding. So you just want to make sure you don't feed, and you will have success. A situation like that, it's a bit of a slip up. Again, it's far from the end of the game, but it's an unnecessary risk to take, and the Saints catching back up in the gold just off of that. Less than just around 1K difference between these teams now. Before it was like 3 to 4.
And they're gonna look to dive this Jace, but Ricky, he's on 1 HP. Matty though does hit the slow, doesn't decide to go into Jace just yet. The flash forced by the Tarek. Now that Jace forced to walk up, a Flowcon, he's gonna walk this wave in. One charm will do the trick. Is he gonna be able to land it? No, he misses on it. Still, Saints have 4 members. Ricky though, gonna get the kill, gets the flash as well. Rift Herald is given over to the side of Dorado here, but they're looking to take down this Tarek Link. Stunned up. Can they find the final blow here? The Tarek is unkillable here. He's gonna find the kill onto the Nautilus. He also gets Zaya Flash. He gets Zaya Barrier. I mean, that's a huge play there by that Tarek.
Yeah, I mean, this Tarek is actually a pretty big part of the team. Like, he has 3 kills, 9 assists. He's more active than this Jace is in these team fights. A little bit more impactful. In fact, he again dying down in that bottom lane. Again, the Saints, they're still able to get things off of the map. Fortunately for Dorado Gaming, none of it is for free. That initiation on the Jace is really smart. Ricky able to survive. It's just a bonus effect. I really don't think he cared if he died or not. They want to make these valuable trades. He even had a gold bounty. It's 100 gold, but you'll take any gold you can get. And I don't know who got the kill. Hopefully it was Flowcon.
It was Ricky.
It was Ricky?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Ricky. So, not the best target for it, but anything you'll take what you can get. While this is all going down, of course, we see Miracle just so close to surviving, so close to getting the kill. He's going to fall.
Matty
But
Flash too.
during all of that, they were able to get the Rift Herald on the side of Dorado Gaming, which he saw helped them take the middle tower.
Yeah, a little bit more gold for Dorado, but Saints, I don't think they can fight this Dragon. They have no flashes. They have some ultimates. It needs to be a big misstep here from the side of Dorado, and Tarek popping that ultimate. He's gonna die before it goes off. However, a big hook from Miracle onto the Zaya. The fight's gonna kick off. 2 for 2 trades so far. The Zaya is autoing all she can. Uses the ultimate, takes down Matty. Can Flowcon find the return trade on this Zaya? He's running for his life. Jace is going to have 1 EQ at it. Doesn't hit it. Flowcon gets out. Ricky is still alive in the mid lane. He's walking up very, very far though. Gets rooted up by the Zaya. Wukong just cannot take him down yet as Ricky trying to tank all he can, but died for no real reason towards the end of that team fight. In the end, it's not the worst fight from the Saints as they got a lot of summoners out, but Dorado, they're going to get this 3rd dragon and put themselves on soul points.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out there, it's unfortunate, I don't blame him, but there's one charm I saw Flowcon go for and just whiff, which I don't think it would have saved the fight, but I think it definitely would have gotten them at least 1 extra kill there. Unfortunate moment for the Saints that getting caught on that fight. It looked like it was turning their way for a little bit, but let's see exactly what went wrong for them. Miracle forcing his way back, trying to find a way to reinitiate in. Lig a little too close for comfort in the fight, so he's able to get in and not necessarily be able to get out. He's going to fall near the back line. Jace was able to kill him, and then Flowcon just whiffed the charm onto the Zaya, which I think, again, definitely would have at least gotten the kill for them, which would have definitely been helped make this team fight feel a little bit better for the Saints. Ricky, unfortunately, close to getting the kills here, but not close enough. Gonna fall in the middle lane after the fact. Like you said, soul point now. We have Otacon spawning now. Yeah, he spawned now. Actually spawned bottom side. Didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah. And there's going to be an easy fight here for the side of Dorado, but the Zaya is going to get rooted up, is going to get stunned up. Ricky comes in, but there's no damage left here for the Saints. They do pick up 1 kill, but the rest of Dorado are very healthy and standing, and I think that might be the nail in the coffin. That's what should put the Saints away. Is in a fight team fight, I don't see the way the Saints have enough damage to kill through Dorado's team comp.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's just there's so many things that make a team fight very difficult. We were talking about how the Saints would be able to execute a team fight just by focusing on the burst, but they didn't have a good enough early game to make it count. You can see, actually, when you really think about it, these fights are going their way. they just don't have the experience or item advantage to make it hurt. So they have the execution down. They just don't have the advantage they need to make these fights really make Dorado Gaming suffer. And as a result, they're going to get a nice gold EXP bonus for taking down the Otacon. But the Saints making one more desperate play to try to get themselves back in this game. They don't want to let any more Void creatures go the way of Dorado Gaming, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know how the Saints can come back here. I mean, this is going to be a big miracle if they can pull it off. 2 items on the Kaisai, not even close to being very, very fed. Ricky's very tanky, but it's not the things the Saints are lacking. They're lacking damage, and their only real damage dealer is this Kaisa. Ari, not even close to being even in this game. Only has 2 items, level 12, down 2 items on the 2 levels on the rise, down 3 levels on the rise now that the Roa has struck. And I mean, it's going to be very, very hard for them to find things. This Wukong has been a giant problem as well. He's just been getting into the backline so easily, and Lig has had real trouble getting away from him.
Yeah, he's doing what I thought that Xin Zhao was going to be doing, just representing a huge damage source as well as disruption potential on any target. Xin Zhao should be able to do that, but again, they just don't have the advantage necessary. Everybody on the side of Dorado Gaming has too much gold and too much experience to really be scared of anything the Saints can throw their way.
What?
TP's in, tries to find the kill on Miracle. Maddie helping just keep everybody back as well as Lig, but now he's the target of the attention. He gets out before they're able to do too much to him. Taking this tower, doing so much damage, clearing the way of the Saints, buy themselves a little bit more time.
Ricky.
But Ricky TPing mid, TPing to the ward. They're getting counter TP out, but Maddie finds one on the side, trying to get the rise, but the backline is disrupted from that Wukong. Once again, Flowcon so low, trying to get something. Maddie is going to go down with that spin from Wukong. Once again, they're able to take down Flowcon. Ricky trying to stand stalwart, stand tall to keep Lig alive, keep him healthy. But once again, the Saints, the rest of them have fallen too fast, too quickly to be able to offer any kind of resistance. And here we go again. Dorado Gaming looking to just end the game right here, right now. I don't think the Saints are going to be able to do anything to stop that. 15 seconds before Miracle respawns. Not going to be a lot he can do. And then another 20 seconds before we see Flowcon back in the game. But it's just Lig left. He's the only one that can do something to stop this. And they don't even care. They're not even going to look at it. They exhaust him and say, hey, stay back there, catch your breath, kid. We're going to take your Nexus, end the game right here, right now. We're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen, as Daniil predicted.
Yeah, we're going to be going to game 3. I mean, team composition for Dorado Gaming is just so much better than the Saints. There's not much the Saints can really do to counteract it. The early game fights are unplayable. Late game fights are unplayable. Tarek just keeps everyone alive. And with the Saints only having Kaisa as their sole damage dealer, it's just not a good draft from the Saints here.
Yeah, I'll disagree again. I think if they were able to get the advantage they got in game 1. Basically, I think it comes down to the fact that Dorado Gaming was able to just mastermind the laning phase and prevent the bad lane matchups that they wanted. And even while they were trying to avoid all of those matchups, they were finding kills at the meantime. And those kills led to an early game advantage that the Saints weren't able to overcome. And again, these fights, if you just look at it just a little bit differently, you can see these little bits of damage mattering so much that the Saints don't have because they weren't able to get that advantage. And even more so, it was Dorado Gaming that was able to get that advantage instead, when on paper, it really should have been the Saints. Again, a lot of little things adding up that snowballed into a big mess for the Saints near the early to mid game, which ended up having them lose the game. So many fights where Dorado Gaming surviving off of slivers of HP, like you see here with the Xayah. And then the Wukong eventually as well, just barely surviving that engagement. Lig getting caught out in the mid lane, Flowcon not being able to do anything to stop it. They're trying to find any value that they can. They're not able to finish off the kills fast enough. That's the issue again. They need that advantage that they weren't able to afford because we saw Dorado Gaming able to avoid the bad lane matchups. And again, while they were doing it, they were getting kills, they were getting pressure on the map. And just led to the Saints' downfall for sure.
Yeah, every fight they took, it just felt like was very, very hard. There was a nice Anya's there. Tarek ult comes out, keeps everyone alive, and they just front to back perfectly. The Wukong definitely played amazing in that game. Got very far ahead and game unstoppable on the Xayah. Doesn't really have to do too much that game. Just sits back, lets all her front line do their jobs, and just autos. A beautiful game there from Dorado, and as you said, we're going to be going to a game 3. You can see everyone across the board for Dorado had a great game that time.
Huge, yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't as top heavy as you saw in that last game where Flocon is bearing all the burden. It's well spread across. And again, I think that draft is where you really see the tale of that being told. The draft, like I said at the start, because I'm just such a genius, despite not playing this game, it's spread out evenly. Everybody matters. You lose one person on the side of the router, your team fight crumbles. Where the Saints, on paper, they're able to do anything with anything. They just didn't get the advantage that they needed, so they weren't able to execute that.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into Game 3, it's fearless. We're not going to see any of these champs. It's going to be a little bit deeper pools here. In this Game 3, we're going to see champs that people probably aren't as comfortable on or don't practice as much. And I think that's where the fun's going to pop off.
I agree.
mean, we might see some wonky picks that might just be the difference maker in the Game 3.
Yeah, and Game 3, a lot riding on this. As we talked to the players before the game, we talked to Lane as well. Making it through and getting into the NACL would be huge for all the players on this team for a lot of different reasons. But whether or not they're going to be able to, I think a lot of it rests on how they do here.
Yeah, I mean, if they lose this one, then they have to play again tomorrow with a loss already. It's double elimination. If they win today, they're smooth sailing. They're feeling good. They're in the upper bracket. And then the next matchups are going to be obviously very hard. They're going to be playing some of the higher seeds in the tournament. But if you want to win, if you want to beat the best, you got to beat the best.
Yeah, you have to beat the best. And right now, they are not beating anything but maybe themselves after that game. 9-28, not a pretty score line. And MVP for sure. Yeah, I would agree. It's going to be the verdict of Wukong on the side of Dorado Gaming. Just able to disrupt so many of those fights. We saw even on the last one, able to get the spin twice. Just caused so much mayhem. Disrupt your backline. Lig, even if he was able to kind of get online and represent a threat, if you're taking against this Wukong, nobody on your team's able to stop him because he's just too strong. It's pretty difficult. And 75% kill participation. That's not an insignificant number, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's a big number. Everyone around the map when needed. So a great map too from both sides. Both teams going to be getting ready for Game 3, and so are we. So we're going to throw it to a very short break. We'll be right back with the draft for the final game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the Game 3, the epic conclusion to the battle, to the road for an L for Dorado. I said it wrong that time, but the sentiment is still there. Ladies and gentlemen, join us on our journey as we try to find our way to a city of treasures of endless gold and riches. Round 3 of the NACL Open Qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big, big game here. Saints probably not expecting to go to a game 3, feeling very confident, especially after the first game, a complete dominant stomp. But Dorado came back with a stomp of their own, 23 minutes. Baron didn't even spawn in. The match was over.
True.
So, yeah, two very, very quick games, high tempo. And this game 3, I think the draft is going to be a very, very important part of it.
That scares me. That really does scare me because we've been seeing some goobly drafts from both teams, if I'm being a little honest. Mostly from the Saints. Series 1, the goobly drafts were warranted. Series 2, goobly draft only in Game 2. Honestly, I don't think it was goobly. Again, I like the idea behind it. The only questionable thing is, you're telling me that Tarek counters Nautilus? I believe you. So why do that? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
I know Miracle said he didn't want to play an Enchanter. If you really think about it, what other engaging supports are there left?
I mean,
at
I
that
don't
point?
think you should go engage into Tarek. I think you should go for either an Enchanter or like a
He doesn't want to do that.
like
so
a
what else?
Lux, like a Zera.
Enchanter?
No, like damage.
Lux? Oh, Lux. I thought Lulu in my head.
Lux, Zera,
Ah, true,
things
yeah.
like that. They're good
Yeah.
into Tarek, but I don't know how comfortable Miracle is on those champions. And
Probably
know,
not at all.
now Game 3, Nautilus, Rel already picked by
Yeah.
Miracle. I
He's
think
got Bard.
no, he's got Poppy, he's got Pantheon. I think those are the only two options
Really?
here that they should go for. Yeah.
Supports? I didn't. Oh, wow, the game's changed.
Yeah, those are two very, very strong supports, high damage, good CC. I think those are the two best options here for the side of St. Clair.
You might not be wrong, Theo, but I won't say you're right either, because I never like saying that you're correct.
Fair.
As rare those moments come, I will never admit it when they are. But
Okay. I'm just getting roasted.
I'm tired. What can I say? You know,
What?
I get hateful when I'm tired. But as we get started with this draft, let's remind you who are our warriors out on the field. We have Maddie, Flocon, Miracle, Lig, and
Ricky.
LaFleur. Come on.
Come on.
The champion himself. Someone get this guy out of here. He's been here. He's been a staple of this team for too long. Same with Maddie. Retire. Come on. go on.
Retired. They're like
Retire.
23,
They're
24.
too good. Like, let someone else have to get me on there.
No,
Let my Udyr shine.
you're also retired.
Dude, I retired
You're
from this game. I
unstatus.
retired from this game back in high school, dude. Like,
No, fair enough.
you know, but Ricky will never retire. You know why? Look at that face. That's the face of a man who wants to lift. What was it, a trophy for LCS?
For LCS, yeah, you get a trophy.
He wants to lift that trophy. And he wants to lift himself into his bed soon as well. I can tell that by looking at him. So, however this game goes, he's going to have a great sleep tonight.
I mean, you would think so. If they win, I guarantee it'll be a great sleep. If they lose, might be a bit of a rougher one. You obviously, Saints feeling very confident, but after a deflating game like 2, it's going to be important to see how quickly they can bounce back. A mental part of it, definitely important. You can see Flocon put his knees near the floor now, so
He's grounded.
yeah, we might see some devious pick here in Game 3 and a devious performance from Flocon.
And Maddie looks... It's Maddie as always. He's just showing. Looks like he's been enjoying his Dominoes that we all made a run
Dominoes?
for. Yeah, he's been eating his food.
Oh, I thought you meant the game.
No, that's when he has the sunglasses on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I love how you hear Dominoes, and despite ordering Dominoes just moments before this, your first instinct is the game.
I mean, I like the game.
Yeah, man.
I went to Dominican once, and it's big there. Like, it's a fun game. Everyone's just slamming the table and saying words I don't understand
Yeah.
or can't repeat.
You don't want to know them.
It was a great time.
If they play anything like Jamaicans do, you definitely.
Oh,
don't
they
wanna-
definitely do.
You don't want to know what they're
It's
saying.
so much fun, though.
It's fun for unless you win.
It's
okay?
fun if you win.
No, it's not.
They start yelling at you.
Yelling as if you're lucky. But, ladies and gentlemen, Dorado Gaming, they are winning right now, and they are having a lot of fun doing so. Previous game, if that's anything to go off of. We're following the trend. Saints stomp game 1, Dorado stomp game 2. Game 3 is going to be very close,
That's the
and
trend.
one team's going to come out. I mean,
How
that's
do you
just-
know it's not Saints Stomp, Dorado Stomp, Saints Stomp, GG?
I don't know that, Theo. I'm just being hypothetical. And, okay, Oren, hurry up and get to the back. I don't know what was wrong, but they're fixing it up. In any case, anything can happen in this game 3. People aren't numbers. They don't work like math, okay? So, realistically, this can go a lot of ways. But if Miracle's face is anything to go off of, it's going to go somberly and seriously for whoever dares step against the Saints. And Ricky scoots his way in, gets his headphones on, and I think that marks the start of the beautiful series.
Yeah, the Game 3 draft probably getting underway in just a few seconds here as the players seem locked in. It's going to be interesting what we see. Are we going to see Ricky play his Darius or something like that? Are we going to see him on the Mundo maybe? That's something he likes to play. Maddie, I mean, his options are also pretty limited. Udir, you said you wanted to see it, Daniil.
Our rage is beyond your control. I don't know what he says now. That's what he used to say.
I don't know what he said before or now.
That's what he said.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
you're welcome.
Well, at least you know.
Yeah, man. So I heard that at least 3 times a night when I was in high school. So,
Nice.
well, for like grade 9, and then I was like, nah, I like Dota more again.
I mean, fair enough, fair enough. And we also have mid lane. I mean, Flocon's champion pool is pretty big. Can play practically anything he would like to. Lig, interesting. I don't know what we're gonna see down the bottom. I just hope we don't see Samira. I mean, I talked about it before. They like playing it, and I mean, it could be good, but the draft has to be perfect for it. And from the champs that are just meta at the moment, it's very hard to get a draft that you can center around the Samira.
Yeah. You keep every time you mention Samir, I hear the fear in your voice. Like you
Yeah.
really don't want these guys playing.
Oh, I'm a Samira one trick, and no, you don't want to be playing Samira.
Why aren't you playing? Why aren't you playing with them right now?
Because Samira's not
You're
good.
Emerald, bro. You're
Yeah,
good.
but I only play Samira.
I mean, then that's the change they need.
No, they don't need it bad.
Alonzo, I'm pretty sure he's flexible. He could work some drafts around Samira.
No.
Around an Emerald Samira? You think he couldn't make a draft that works around that?
No, I could.
So you
Alonso
wanna be the
doesn't
coach
know.
too?
I could be the coach. Yeah.
I think so. You'd at least get the time right.
I would know that the time for the games throughout this tournament is a rolling tournament. So as soon as the first matchups finish, 15 minutes to get into the next one. You could see we're not going to seeing the 20 champions up in the right side and the left side of your
20.
screen.
Damn.
That's a lot of champions, right?
Plus the 5 bands, that's 30. Gone.
Yeah, 30 champions.
How many in this game? What, 45? I'm joking.
Wow. There's like 150.
That's still almost a third.
Imagine the best of 5.
Oh!
Yeah.
You're
80
gonna see-
champions or 90 champions are banned.
You're gonna be seeing what's that guy's name? The little bug guy that shoots like artillery cannons. I forgot his name. They turn into a bomb when he dies.
Turns to a bomb. Kog'Maw.
Kog'Maw. You're gonna see Kog'Maw, Yorick. Oh!
Yorick.
Yes, sir.
Daniil, you are having some high expectations.
Oh, it's best of 5. There's no one left. You have to pick them.
No, you don't. There's a lot of better options. One thing I'm surprised we haven't seen picked or banned is Pantheon. He's a good champion in jungle, in support. I don't know why it hasn't been picked up yet by either team. I think last game would have been a great game to pick it from Miracle into Taric. You can just blow up the Taric with the Pantheon, but let's get into the picks and drafts of this Game 3. Cassante gonna be the first pick for the side of the Saints, and Udir alongside the Gragas picked for Dorado Gaming.
Oh, Maddie immediately with the follow-up pick. I know her name, escapes me at the moment, but I know what she does.
Lilia.
Lilia? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, I was like, that was not the name I was thinking.
Okay.
We got Hui after Cassante first pick. Let's be real. Cassante first pick, they're happy about
That's
that.
good.
Like, okay, we got the bomb.
Yeah.
And they have the bomb, and if they need to detonate the bomb, take everybody down with them, they can. But with the Lilia, Hui follow-up, the Lilia I can see. The Hui, that worries me. I can't lie.
Yeah, Hui just an artillery mage. She's gonna sit back, throw out some abilities, try to find the big fears on the big targets. That's really the main goal here. It looks like it's gonna be a Tristana mid here, Varus ADC. So Dorado yet again going for a double ADC composition. The Saints instantly slammed the Callista and the Pantheon. Like I said, it's just such a good champion, especially into 2 ADCs. You just W any of them in Nico support.
Nico.
Oh my goodness, if that's locked in, this is going to be fireworks. I mean, early on in the ball lane, I definitely expect Miracle and Lig to have full control over that lane. And I feel like Miracle alongside with Maddie, if they just move around the map together this game, I don't see a way the Saints can lose.
Well, I remember now. Lilia, I thought her name was Nico. I was like, oh, okay. Anyways. Well, Theo, I hear what you said. I have a counterpoint to offer.
Okay.
We've been thinking about these drafts linearly this entire series, and what's the one thing that's happened every single game at the start?
Someone died.
Lane rotation.
That happens every game.
Well, yeah, Dorado Gaming. I don't want to be that guy, but I feel like they won that game off of the lane rotation. So
Help.
sure, the Leg Miracle versus the Varus Nico. On paper, you favor them, but that's if the lane even happens. I wouldn't count too much on it unless the Saints are ready now. They saw what happened game 2. They're ready to counter it, and they're gonna be able to put their foot down and say, no more shenanigans. We're gonna play this the way Riot intended. Get back to the bottom lane, you guys.
And we're about 3 minutes out from the game. Last moments for these players to lock in for this game 3. It's going to be very important. I definitely would love to see Saints try and invade this Udyr with Miracle and Maddie. Try and go towards that topside jungle. Do not let this Udyr just free farm and get to his power spikes. Make sure early game is a big struggle for him. And I think with the composition the Saints have drafted, it's a very good composition. They have engage, they have peel, they have DPS, they have burst damage. Everything you could ever want you have for the Saints here. For Sev Dorado, I'm a bit worried about their front line. I mean, you'd think Gragas, Udyr, I mean, sounds like a pretty good start to a team comp, but after that, they will not have much more front line to go through. I mean, if Miracle just stuns either Gragas or Udyr, the rest of the Saints follow that one person.
I'm sorry.
It's going to be a good start to for any team fight.
Yeah, I really just internalized what you're saying. Like, I'm looking at the back line now for Dorado Game. I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, oh man.
It's
I mean,
rough.
Tristan. To be fair, Tristan will be okay for the most part. She has the
think.
rocket jump, but because if we're looking at again, the natural instinct is to look at things 5v5. It's very rarely the case that things are 5v5 right off the get-go. Everybody has all their abilities, all their summoners, right? But looking at it in a vacuum, like 5v5, sure. Is someone going to be able to reliably get to the back and cause as much disruption so that a Tristana won't be able to just rocket jump out and then, you know, kite, do all that stuff she could do? It's possible, but unlikely. But I'm looking at this in the realistic scenario where team fights, they start messy, often without people there, often with misinitiations or counter initiations at being a factor. And yeah, it is scary for Dorado Gaming if they aren't able to, one, secure an early game advantage, and two, execute the team fights properly. Those are two different things that you have to make sure you're getting down if you want your draft like this to work. You have Udyr in the front, and let's be real, he's tanky. He's not that tanky. He's not that tanky. And again, it depends on how you build him. In my opinion, way back in the day anyways, he's a little bit more effective as a fighter. A lot more effective as someone that threatens one-on-one damage, so anyone who tries to get to your backline is paying for it. Or you can get to their backline, or you can just melt one of their tanks. You want to have him being able to represent that kind of threat, because otherwise, your team doesn't really have that. You have high commitment and vulnerable glass cannon type of damage. You don't have that flexible, aggressive fighting type of damage. So that is really valuable to have. So Udyr, if you force him to build into a tank, I think it's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. We've also seen Udyr be played up in the top lane before and put the Gragas in the jungle. That's not something that Dorado Gaming will go for, but I think that would have definitely thrown the Saints off. But I feel like lanes are good. Team comp is much better this game on paper compared to the last game for the Saints, and I think with this draft, they definitely have the advantage going into this
Absolutely,
game 3.
but Theo, it was a nice night, but a lot comes down to this moment. Whether or not you have to roll out of your bed Sunday depends on whether or not the Saints come through, because if they win, they stay winner's side, and we got nothing to cover tomorrow. But if they lose here, if they lose this game 3, we're going to have to follow them through that lower bracket a little bit tomorrow on Sunday. Same day as Smash Class, by the way. And
Okay, shameless plug.
it's a Saints event. I can plug it same way I can plug Tim Hortons HyperX. Or not HyperX, Tim Hortons Alienware,
Oh.
Subway, Sacred College Alumni Association, and Sacred College SRC. You know, I plug everybody here. That's because I was looking at the headphones, all right? In any case, we have Game 3 starting out. St. Clair Saints versus Dorado Gaming. Who's
And
going to take it through?
Looking at the lane assignments, Dorado is not doing anything funky like they did last game. They're just going to go pretty standard. Udyr going to start on those chickens. And these are two junglers they love to clear. They don't really want to be fighting too much. Flocon walks up pretty far, gonna take a decent amount of damage here. Good trade from Tristana to start off the lane, but there's gonna be no more potions left on this Trist here. And Danilo, what are you seeing here?
Oh yeah, it's really impressive so far. Everything is looking stable. We're seeing a little bit of a slow return to the bottom side for the Saints, but everything is pretty chill so far. Nothing too crazy. This is the first time we've seen this. Nothing too scary, nothing too spooky. We're seeing Maddie get assisted by the bottom side. Now they made their way back, and it's time to just play League of Legends.
Yeah, play some League of Legends. Miracle, he's looking for a stun early on. He's going to sit in this bush until someone decides to walk up to him. Level 2 could hit by this Varus. Nico, now level 2 hit for Saints. Now I would definitely expect to see them maybe play a bit more aggressive. Miracle could look to flash on the Varus, look to get his flash out himself. But looks like Saints are going to control the balling pretty well. Nice trade here from Flocon onto this Tristana. Tristana, kind of an early game bully, very good at level 3, takes down these turrets very, very quickly. Very strong one-on-one ADC, probably one of the better ones. It's going to be important for Flocon to not let this Tristana get too far ahead. Great CS by both players so far. As you can see, Cassante having some more CS than the Gragas up in the top lane. Start off the game, and the Kalista is having an amazing time against this Varus Nico lane in the bot lane.
Now, you might not know this, Theo, but I was actually top 30 Tristana players in NA for a little bit.
Okay.
That's not true. But
Oh, okay.
I played her a little bit, and yeah, I was saying that to agree with your point. She's really good at early lane aggression. Maybe not so much on wave, but I am feeling like this Tristana's lane is going to go pretty well. And if not, then that's definitely going to be something to really consider. A little bit of a scary tidbit to keep in mind. But I think maybe it's a little too early for me to say this. I think for the first time in 2 series, we're going to have a nice, calm, chill early game. So let's get comfortable.
Yep.
Crack open an iced tea and just chill. You know, what's on
Nice
your mind about this game?
I mean, it's a pretty slow-paced game. Here is Verdict on the Udyr, going for the gank, but Flocon, I mean, he sees it from a mile away. He's going to be like, hey,
get out
there.
of here, bro. Come
Yeah,
on.
like, get out of here. Let me get this next wave in. Let me set up my recall. That's what Flocon's thinking here. Tristana, I mean, just getting outlaned so far. Let's say how it is. Hui doing a great job. Obviously, the CS is still around the same, but HP and mana in the favor of this Hui, who can kill this Tristana maybe here. Hits a nice combo, forces Tristana to flash. I mean, that is a big, big cooldown here that's burned by Flocon that could mean so much in these mid-game engagements.
Yeah, rocket jumping out, just get that extra security. Now, that the Tristana has gone back, this is going to force an interesting situation for Flocon. Does he want to clear this wave and go back himself, or try to match and continue to oppress the Tristana? I think it's pretty obvious he's going back now. All right, he wants to just get his own items as well, come back, and just try to repeat the cycle, try to go even with the Tristana trade out, and see what he can do. You don't want to be too far behind in the items, even if you have the advantage, because then the items that they have is now an advantage over you. You might end up losing all the hard work that you bought. Dragon is spawned, Fire Drake. Oh, no, not Fire Drake. That's just the Fire Drake icon. It's going to be the Cloud Drake. Hey, everybody likes movement speed, apparently.
Yeah.
You tell me about that.
That's good.
Surprise to me. Oh.
Now you know.
And hey, looks like the Saints, for the first time in both of these series, I think they're going to be trying to get this bottom drink immediately as soon as it spawns, but we're seeing Ricky, definitely not for the first time in the series, making maybe a bit of a questionable play. Might go down, but no, he's going to be able to survive in the bottom side as well. We saw Maddie make the rotation with Flocon and Miracle. They want to see if they can get something accomplished here. I think both of these teams really want this Drake. I think it'll do for a lot of these rotations that they're doing. Very rotational and active rotations on these teams. Hui is still here, Maddie as well. Both of these teams getting close. Whatever happens here, it's going to have big impacts going on for the rest of the series. Maddie, Miracle flash in immediately, tries to get the stun, almost, and yes, he finds it. Maddie gonna get the follow-up off of Miracle's engage. Huge first kill. If they can get Verdict, that would be awesome as well. Spear's gonna go through, not gonna be able to find that kill. But that does open up the game for the first act of violence. First blood going the way of St. Clair. And it looks like they're going to try to extend this towards the mid lane. Not going to be able to find Tristana, obviously. Udyr's nearby, and they're too far away. But with the Void Grubs being up as well, Saints are going to have to commit to one of these objectives. And it's going to look to be the Grubs, because at least they can push the advantage that they had a little bit earlier from that bottom fight and contest the Udyr, force him away, and you know, get the Grubs in the meantime. Maybe force some rotations as well, as we see Flocon getting taken down. Udyr's not going to be able to get to the back line. Flocon's still pretty comfortable in the back. Not going to want to take any more risks. He's going to go back as well. And we're seeing the ADC's bottom side just having a farming contest with with Lig definitely winning that. A little bit of a challenge right now for himself. But especially with that Sentinel there, he's going to be pretty comfortable in the situation. With the supports gone and the jungler's gone as well, when it's just on one-on-one, he's got the extra finish. But you see Miracle with a huge engage coming in, and that's going to open up the kill, open up the game immediately, almost finding Verdict. But thanks to the Udyr ability there, he's just able to tank up, get out of there. And it looks like they took the Grubs. Someone took the Grubs.
Yeah,
probably the Saints, yeah. And they're going to be making their way down to the bottom side as well. Might even be able to get the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those rare instances where Saints can play for both objectives, and I'm telling you, Daniil, this Pantheon will be the game-winning pick here. Miracle is going to do God's work with these engages this game. And I think he's going to be the one that leads his team to victory, as he could do that to Nico every single team fight, and Nico can't really do much. He just gets nuked there by the members of St. Clair. Now, towards the bot side of the map, Saints bot lane. Getting in a quick reset. Maddie on the Lilia. He doesn't want to start with the Dragon. He's going to reset. Has a lot of gold after picking up that kill. Woodier's going to continue to full power farm.
Yeah, full power farm. Saints don't want to make any hasty decisions. Just going to go back on Maddie. See what they can do on the bottom side once he gets back. Hui's making a rotation as well. It looks like they're all collapsing on this lane. So is Verdict on the Udyr.
Oh!
Miracle getting the engagement. They're going to get Lig a kill onto Varus. Huge. They're seeing the Nico try to get more value. Verdict, however, not going to be able to find his way back. They might be able to kill him. Flocon doing a huge amount of damage, but not going to finish him off. Top side, Ricky is going to go down. Come on. Tristana going in immediately, plants the bomb, but she might regret that as she falls. That's going to be more kills for the Saints, 2 more at that. We're looking, in the blink of an eye, 4-1 here, and that one was the solo kill top because Ricky, I don't know, probably pulled up a TikTok or something, I don't know.
I don't know how Ricky died in the top lane, but what happened down this bot lane, I mean, it was fine, it was a 1-for-1, then Tristana said, guys, I do not want to win, dove into the backline. Not sure how the Varus died there. Miracle, look, he's just standing there hitting auto attacks, Qs, making sure he's peeling for his team, and then the Udyr gets caught out. Boom, they're out here. They have no problem leaving. It's not the worst fight. They lose a member, you know. They get somebody's out. Tristana just says, yeah, I mean, if you look at it the second time, doesn't look much better than the initial first time.
I was gonna say, like the first time happened, like, unfortunately. I look at that then, I'm just like, dude.
There was no brain thoughts before doing that job.
You know, maybe he got baited. Maybe they're like, go man, go man. And he's like, all right, I go. And like, why'd you go? It happens. I wouldn't be surprised. Hey,
it's possible.
Yeah. Miracle trying to get something done here. Not gonna get too much done. Just protecting Maddie, making sure Maddie can get his farm at the very least. And
Ricky
in trouble again.
Probably dead here. Let's see, maybe he can outplay the 1v3. Gragas ultimate just gonna push him away. Royal,
oh my
not
god,
the best ultimate there, and then he has the flash to get away from there. You know,
that's really bad.
It's not the worst.
That's
they
bad.
Get a flash.
That's really bad, actually. Because one, even if Ricky died, Saints don't care. He's playing Cassante. He's gonna be fine regardless. 2, that's a 2-man rotation, 3-man rotation, 2-man rotation. That's a lot of time gone. That entire time. Actually, no. Lucky bottom. I mean, they're not farming too well. They have to Tristana against Lig now. And he turns into a kill! So, 2-man rotation.
That's bad.
Burns time, turns into a kill for Ricky. And what was accomplished on the map outside of that? Nothing. And Saints, by the way, did get the Cloud Drake. I predicted that they were going to go for 2 objectives in that first game. But, hey, 2 games later, here they are with both objectives in their belt for the first time.
Yeah, let's see how Ricky gets the solo kill. The Gragas just getting a bit too confident. Nice little smack there. Another one from Ricky. As I saw he was getting ganked in the top lane before he went to that replay. He's going to be going down in that top lane. TP going to come through here. And it's going to be the Saints. Down member now with these grubs spawning. Ricky has that TP, so I definitely think the Saints are going to fight for these as Flocon has a TP as well. It's going to be very risky for the side of Dorado Gaming here. As the ultimate gets used mid lane, Varus gets jumped on in the mid lane. We don't see it at the moment. He's going to have to flash. No, he doesn't even have to flash. The ignite comes through.
Oh, Cassante
That
from
was
downtown!
Cassante.
Wait, that scared me. I thought he was going right in the middle of that fight. I was like, oh my
big sleep.
god, huge sleep! Maddie, can you finish this one up? X-Royal, he's running for his life. Verdict also doing the same. We got ZZ Zaza Zoo in the backline on the bear solo. Huge initiation, Miracle fighting it. There's a lot of things going on, but not a lot of people going down. Maddie on the left side, they are able to find the fires. They are now able to find the Nico. Verdict, final verdict is death. Not quite, no. He's not guilty. Send him away. Get him out of my sight. He might not be guilty, but he's still a criminal in my eyes. But still, Lig
Gragas.
throwing the spears out. Finds Miracle, but not without paying for it with your life. Never mind.
Oh, he lives. He's dead.
You can only be wrong so many times.
He's-
I'm not
he's-
even. No,
he's dead.
he's
He's
fine.
alive. He's fine.
I knew it.
He's fine. Tristana's here.
If he finds a way to die here, I'll be so angry because no. Okay, come on. Okay, yeah. So they take down Maddie. This is actually pretty bad.
It's very
This
bad.
is actually really bad.
Yeah.
The Saints really walked out of that engagement really confident, really happy,
That's
and
six grubs.
they ended up just losing the same amount on their side.
And they lose the grubs.
Yeah. Which they got the first ones.
Oh,
the second ones.
nope, they
No,
don't lose the
hold on,
grubs.
hold on.
Oh!
Come on,
Oh.
Flocon. Knees are on the ground. He doesn't give a damn what you're doing on your team. His feet are planted. He can feel the energy of the earth channeling into the soles of his feet. He's
Yeah.
ready to go.
Yeah. And I mean, the Saints get the 6 grubs. That's what they. That was the bigger picture here. The team fight, the killing, it was cool and all. This was the big thing. 6 grubs now, and you can push these lanes in very, very quickly. As you know, Saints playing very, very well in this 3rd game. Dragon's gonna be spawning up in less than a minute. I definitely expect the Saints to rotate over there and take those down.
Yeah, absolutely. The Saints. Let's take a look at that. This is beautiful. This is the replay you want to see. You see Ricky. Whoa, whoa, what the hell happened there? As Warren G, Ricky LaFleur goes down, but the rest of the story was what was interesting. As I was saying at this point, it's like a lot of things are happening, but nobody's falling. But after you see the initiation from Miracle, you really start to see things kind of get countered out. We're able to see Lig find his opportunity to get those points of damage. He throws the spear onto the Varus, and at the same time, he was throwing all the spears he could into the Tristana to pop those kills at the same time. Udyr, with that shield, able to survive, but still find a lot of value. But however, like we were saying, they got a lot out of that, but got a bit greedy. They ended up losing more, well, losing close to the same, if not more, than Dorado Gaming ended up doing in that engagement. But it is about the momentum factor. And I think Dorado Gaming being able to stop the pressure from mounting up more than it already has been, I think that's more important than the Saints finding a couple more kills, and that's the scary part of that engagement for me.
Yeah, and the Dragon goes over to Dorado Gaming uncontested, so the Saints, using their 6 grubs, they're going to probably take this top tier 1, look to take all the tier 1s around the map. That's their best possible play. That's okay giving up that Dragon after getting the 6 grubs. You don't have time to set up near the bot side. But with the grubs, your main objective is to get as much gold in your pockets through these turrets so you can easily take down the objectives that spawn later into the map.
Yeah, and 15 minutes now. We've now hit the mark, and I like to take a second and just look back and assess the game state. As we see now, the Saints are up around 3K net worth, basically on the dot. 3 kills as well, but they have the objective advantage with 1 dragon and both grub spawns. But Dorado Gaming, they were able to find a dragon themselves. Saints were able to find a top tower in the meantime. But with the way things are going now, mid tower doesn't have a lot to stand.
Solo kill.
But we're seeing Ricky find a solo kill, revenge for earlier in the game. And this is what I was saying before. The Saints don't care if Ricky dies. He's playing Cassante. He's going to be able to just do stuff like this, no matter what. Verdict trying to get a little bit of revenge for his fallen teammate. But with the way Ricky's playing, it's definitely not impossible for him to come out on top. This Udyr is able to play with, you know, the agility, the nimbleness in mind, avoid most of the important things, and kind of force Ricky back. But with the Rift Herald spawning, you don't want to be on that side of the map. You want to be on the other side, as Maddie's already where he needs to be. And in fact, they're making the rotation to the mid lane. Ricky, sure, he's going to fall here, but this opens up the Rift Herald for free for the Saints to get.
Yeah, the Udyr gets down to very low HP. He'll even be able to survive the turret here. Will go down over to Dorado Gaming, but as you said, they use so much time and resource in this bot lane that throughout the other parts of the map, especially in the top lane, this turret will be taken down pretty low health with these 6 grubs. Miracle just gonna hang out here. Should not go in on this Gragas. Will do a little bit of a stunt, but gets out afterwards. Good job for the Saints. They get some cross-map pressure, and now they take down the Rift Herald complete for free.
Yeah, and this is where some people, this is what you love about League, this is what you hate about League. At some point, the game really does just come down to which objectives you got, which ones you didn't. And I think we're starting to see the point now where the Saints just have the objectives that they need. Lig, however, is a big objective for Dorado Gaming, and he is going to fall in the mid lane, slain, sent into the Ashlands below. I don't think that's a real place in League of Legends, so I'm just saying that. In any case, he's gone, dead, and closing the kill gap, closing the net worth gap as well, just a bit more. I'm just thinking about how Dorado Gaming wants to try to close this out, but it's going to be plays like this where Lig, without a teammate anywhere nearby, playing mid, vulnerable as vulnerable can be, dies alone. I get a couple more of those, and you know you're sitting comfortable. But the real prize, all right, 350 gold bounty on the head of Flocon on that way. And as things go on, as things progress, I think the only thing that becomes more and more apparent is that Flocon is a threat. Whether or not it's going to stay that way forever, I don't know. As everyone starts to get more items, more tanky, more abilities, I think Flocon's fear factor and scariness kind of diminishes while everybody else's kind of rises relatively. We're seeing a bit of an engagement going up to Ricky again. No, just a one-man rotation this time, not committing 3. Going to use the bomb, send him back to the tower, and we're seeing Verdict. And X-Royal try to take him down. They find Maddie.
How did he
He's
die?
down somewhere near the mid lane, I presume, but they find the turret. Ricky gonna go down, lose his life for this engagement, but buying a lot of time and hopefully buying some kills as well for his teammates in the mid fight as they take down Lig. We're seeing the teleportation coming in from Flocon in the mid lane. Maybe a little bit too late as they lose 2, but we're able to get some towers on the bot side. Flocon in a bit of trouble taking some tower shots, but still able to just back out.
Yeah, I don't know how Dorado Gaming got so many kills considering 2 of their members were sitting in the top lane trying to kill Ricky that entire time. And now this game becomes very, very scary. Dorado actually less than 1,000 gold behind now considering they were down 3. And things are looking good in their favor. The Tristana, who was kind of doing a bit of trolling early into the game, now is very far ahead. Has the IE, has the Yuntals, and then this Udyr, very, very tanky with Allianges, with the Mercs. It's going to be hard for the Saints from this game state to close it out smoothly.
Yeah, while they're not necessarily behind on the Saints side, I don't think they're far enough ahead for them to be comfortable taking these engagements. Similar to what we saw in the previous game, right? The team composition on the side of Dorado Gaming is resilient enough, and they're able to fight these fights in a way that prevent them from getting rolled completely. And I think that's realistically all that matters. Can you put up enough of a fight so that the Saints burst comp is able to, or is not able to just roll you over? Saints are going to be able to get the dragon, at least there's no void objective for Dorado Gaming to get as a, oh, never mind, actually the Otacon is spawning at the same time, my mistake. So Inferno Drake's going to go to the Saints, but they're most likely going to get the Otacon, and is this going to be the respawn or the flowers?
This one, I'm not too sure. I mean, we'll see.
Oh, but Rift Herald summoned. Where'd they summon that?
Mid lane, I believe mid lane.
Probably, yeah, use it mid lane to get the turret. I think that makes a bit of sense. We're seeing Hui a little bit far from the team. And if we're looking for Ricky, he's on the right jungle side. So I don't think the Saints are necessarily looking for a fight right now. But if one were to break out, I don't think they're gonna like it.
Yeah, I mean, Ricky doesn't have TP. Gragas has the TP. You're absolutely right. Yeah. That's a clone. They gonna get spot out
just
by that
up,
one.
I think.
Yeah, just try and clear out this mid wave. Tristana's top lane, catching down early. They see Udyr on the ward, so they shouldn't struggle too much here in the mid lane. Just gonna clear out this wave with Lig, who's gonna back up respect the Tristana, who's kind of been the only real problem for Lig here. Misses the Q there. Flocon gonna collect that wave. Top lane, resets coming through for Dorado Gaming. Saints now have a bit of a move on the map.
Yeah, 3 towers now to Dorado Gaming's 2, but keep in mind the Saints have 6 grubs and got the Rift Herald. You'd kind of hope they have more towers at this point in the game. A little bit of an indication of how well Dorado's doing right now in terms of coming back. They were down significantly more before, and now not only they're even in kills, they're almost even in towers, and they are almost even in net worth. Just about 600 gold separates between them and the Saints, who had a much better early game. So Saints, even though they're in the lead for now, I definitely would be starting to get a little bit nervous because the way Dorado Gaming is coming back into this one.
I agree with you there completely, Daniil. Only 500 gold separates the two teams. The only really fed member on the Saints is Flocon.
With only 4.
Pardon?
With only 4 kills.
Yeah,
it's not that big. Yeah, but yeah.
I mean, he's got the 2 items, upgraded boots, which is a very important piece there. Has the Seeker's Arm Guard, the invulnerability, which is very important as well in these team fights, and he's going for that Zanya's 3rd item. So Flocon definitely the big carry here for the Saints. They need to keep him alive at all costs, but he's gonna have that Tristana jumping him pretty much every single fight. So it's gonna be a matter of can they find this Tristana? She tries to jump into the Saints again, and a free shutdown there for Lig. Beautiful Q there, the stun. And the sleep is gonna come through. They find the kill. No, not they quite. Don't. The Nico is able to stay alive. Does that hit? No, it does not. Should have probably been able to get that kill on the Nico, but force out a summoner from her. Still a good pick on the Tristana from the Saints.
Absolutely. This is huge. Again, it's stuff like that you're happy with, and you don't want to throw the game by chasing more. I'm glad we're seeing them show that restraint. They find the kill on Tristana. They see what they can get away with. They try to get some more. They're not able to get the kill, so they say, hey, boys, wrap it up. Go home. And now I believe they're going to be taking the Otacon.
Yeah.
Udyr is here. Maddie is, however, so they do still have the ability to smite it. The only difference is they're going to be taking a lot of damage. Flocon finding the Varus, however, in the back line while Udyr is distracted by the Otacon. X-Royal is here as well. But they find the Otacon, and the rest of the Saints are getting wiped out! Wei is coming in to try to scavenge some kind of consolation prize, but you lost your team. They were fighting it for too long, and they lost so much armor, so much HP. It was just making it too easy, and now they're dead even in the net worth. 1 kill above for Dorado Gaming. You can officially say they're leading this game now.
I mean, that's just an inexcusable mistake by the Saints. How do you play a Kalista composition where your strongest point is you can smite these objectives from 2000 HP with your Kalista E? That's kind of the big reason why you pick Kalista around these objectives, and you just cannot time it. You can speak to your teammates. You can say, all right, 3, 2, 1, let's smite right now. And Udyr steals it, then Nico gets the huge ultimate on the whole team. I mean, this is just not the best play from St. Clair mechanically, and Dorado Gaming really picking it up here. Now they put themselves ahead and put themselves in a great spot to win this game.
It's difficult now. This game was difficult before, but now it truly is scary to have to play this one. The Saints, they were doing so well. They were finding all these good picks, and like I was saying, you just want to make sure you don't throw the advantage. Going for Otacon, I think that was really ambitious. That was really, really optimistic of them. They were trying to go for, I think, what was too much. Because realistically, they found those picks, but it's not like they were recent. Tristana was already spawned in back then, I'm pretty sure. You don't have anything telling you to go for it. Except for the fact that they felt confident they could, and they didn't kill it fast enough for it to really matter. Baron has just spawned out, first time we're seeing in this series.
Oh, there's Pantheon flying in. Doesn't find any of the engage there. Good spacing here from the side of Dorado Gaming. Maddie gonna be the first one to fall, but the trade comes out onto the Nico with that ultimate from Flocon. But Ricky, he's gonna get completely one-shot. The Tristana has the resets. Now St. Clair on the run. Miracle forced to flash out. Flocon, he's the only real member here for the Saints left alive. The other two can't really do much here. Looks like maybe a Baron start might be coming out for Dorado Gaming, and with 2 ADCs, I definitely expect that to be the case.
Yeah, if the Saints drop this one, it really would be devastating for their chances if Baron goes down. And with the Varus here and Udyr, it's looking likely Maddie won't even be alive for another 6 seconds. He has no form of getting there fast enough to contest it. The most they can do is go for the Infernal Drake and hope for the best, hold out against Baron. and see if they can get some pickoffs to at least lessen the effects of it. Maddie making a beeline towards the Dragon and make sure that they can get it, or actually going straight for the mid lane, making sure that they don't lose those towers. Thanks to that Baron buff,
Miracle's dead.
really low. Flowcon in a lot of trouble. He's the big prize here, making sure you don't want him going down. Maddie fighting on the forefront in the mid lane, but taking a lot of damage, and Bach going down. No, he's still alive. Miracle's going to fall in the mid lane. However, Lig is getting a lot of spears into a lot of high-value targets. Tristana in trouble. Tristana in trouble. Tristana down. Flowcon finding the value kill. Double kill. Baron buff might as well not have happened at all. Just 2 members left on the side of Dorado Gaming holding Baron's head in their back pocket. It's going to be the Gragas and the Udyr, the 2 tanks. As we said, hey, draft theory came to effect. Sure, you have your Udyr and your Gragas surviving, but what's good is that to you when your entire squishy backline is dead? Not a lot they could have done to prevent it either, but this huge fight in the mid lane, it was such a swing. They really tried their best, and they were at least able to find that NACL, which would have been valuable in these moments where they could try to get the clean hold of these kills. Just a little bit of extra CC, a little bit of extra disturbances for the Dorado Gaming, but they were not able to find Flowcon. Flowcon, the true threat here, making sure that the Saints have enough damage, enough threat to make sure they can finish off this fight. And that, because of that, they were able to find it, as well as Lig putting a lot of damage into this Tristana. They didn't even need to find the kill. It's going to be Wei finishing it off in the meantime. But another fight breaking out into the bottom jungle. We're seeing Verdict find the kill onto Lig. That's huge, but the huge NACL ult! Flowcon forces Zhonya's. Does he have any way of getting out? He flashes out. No one's going to be able to chase him. Can they find the kill?
Dead.
No, Tristana, that's a huge kill. His first death in this series. Wei is out of this for 50 seconds. Thankfully, Baron buff is not going to be a big effect since they were able to get so many kills before this. If Baron was still active, if that buff was still a part of this, at least on the Udyr, yeah, and Gragas, maybe still. I don't remember if Gragas died in between now and before, but then this game definitely would have been over if they all had it, is my point. Still, they have a chance to hold out at least for a little longer, unless we start to see some feeds here. Miracle's still alive, thankfully. Nothing too bad is going to be committed. Saints losing a lot of their base. Not enough to call it GG just yet, especially with how close this game has been so far. But Dorado Gaming definitely doing a great job of paving themselves a path to victory.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming definitely now in the driver's seat, up 7k gold, and St. Clair have just kind of fallen apart here. I'm not even too sure what happened to them. I don't know how they keep dying. Lig with 6 deaths on the Callista. That's just not what you want from your ADC. You need to stay alive and do damage in these team fights. But now the Tristana, the Varus, the Udyr, they're all so fed. Gragas hasn't really done much in this game. And still, even without him, the rest of the team just has so much gold. This NACL ultimates have been massive from the enemy NACL player. And I think definitely
MVP
a couple huge plays from that NACL to really turn things around here for Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, and I feel like MVP material in a couple different ways as well, because we've seen the Saints just really focus. I've noticed them focus this NACL a lot in the team fights and still not able to get the kill, which if you're putting a lot of those burst resources to killing a NACL, you'd at least hope that you're going to kill the damn thing. But unfortunately not the case many times for the Saints, as the clones running through, providing vision for them. Going to use this, I'll just get rid of that for now. Drake is going to be the zone where they're all going to be trying to come up next. That's true. Don't see the hourglass there. I don't think it's spawning soon, but
Udyr
trying to get the area. They find the initiation onto Verdict. He's forced
NACL
back.
got no
NACL
one.
got just Ricky. That's not the target you want. He's probably going to fall and die for that one. In the backline, we're seeing the Gragas finding his way on the Flowcon. Maddie's going to be here to take him back, take him down. Nuke's back. Doesn't even have the ultimate. Might as well just go home. Exactly what he's going to do. And Verdict, with so many spears in his back, I don't think he's going to get the kill unless someone does something to help him out. Not going to be able to do anything. In fact, getting the slow on him. Lig taking actually a lot of damage off of that. Just 1 R from Udyr. And damn. Only person dying there is Gragas.
Yeah.
That's a surprise to me.
I mean, a lot of summoners used there from both sides. St. Clair, they do kill the Gragas, but they have to back up. They have to clear these waves. The Dragon hasn't spawned just yet. Miracle could maybe find something on the Tristana here. He's going to look to fight this. Yes, he should. Gets a nice little start to it here, but let's see what the Tristana does. The flash comes through.
No one's here.
Tristana jumps out, but the flash from Ricky is beautiful. That bait by Miracle was amazing. They pick up the Tristana. This player, Sispri, is very greedy on the Tristana. He tries
sure.
to do a lot of the plays in this game. It's been going well sometimes, it's going poorly the another time. That's a big death. A soul's about to spawn. Not being alive on the Tristana could be beneficial for the Saints in a great way.
And I want to point out, because it's scaring me, this Udyr has a 700 gold bounty on his head.
Yeah.
What?
That's
So I think the Saints might want to reconsider their priorities in these team fights and see if they can get him down early. But that Tristana being dead is actually huge. This allows them to fight this dragon
Should
a
be
lot
free.
easier. Theoretically, still not impossible. Varus is still scared to commit, and rightfully
Stunned
so.
Udyr.
Finding his way in. Udyr taking a lot of heat. Verdict for the
Nico ult.
backline. Nico ult finds
Oh,
4! Maddie's the only one, but still able to get the
drag.
soul. That's secured, and they find the initiation
Big
that they're
sleep,
looking
big
for.
sleep.
Big sleep. 2 of them down. X-Royal forced away so low. Ricky's low as well.
Oh,
Verdict
shutdown.
finds the kill. Lig 700 in the pocket. Udyr gone, and look who's back for more. Tristana in the back line, not where you want to be. Ricky looking for him, trying to find something. Baron's back up too. If they find this, this might just be the game if they can get the kill on Tristana. But I like this a lot more. They took what they can get. Back out. They got the soul. They got the kills. They got everything they need. They got 700 gold off of the Udyr. Go home, boys. But no! Lig dies somehow in the mid lane. Tristana defying the odds. I thought they were good as dead, and they said, "Oh, just get out of here." And then somehow gets a kill.
I don't know how Lig died. Like, that shouldn't be possible. Like, Lig should not
Oh my
ever
God.
be in a situation to die there.
And now they
mid
get
lane.
Baron.
And now they get Baron, exactly.
Why?
Now they can look to literally end the game right here, even with
Why?
Soul. Yeah, I mean, big misstep there
Oh my
from Lig. And 7 deaths now on this Kalista. Having a bit of a rough one in this game 3, but still, the game is far from over. They're down 6k gold, you know, but still have some Fed members. Flocon has those 4 items. The Kalista has 3.5 items. Going into that tanky variation, I think, which is not a bad idea when your only job kind of is to stay alive here.
It's, yeah, with the tankiness in this game, you want to get as many spears as you can. It's just extra damage, so tanky. But it doesn't matter if you die.
It
Doesn't matter if you die in the mid lane like that. Miracle, he's looking to be next here as the Udyr chasing him down. Got the shield up, however, Lig here to offer some support. The advantage that they had, it was so significant. It has gone just like that. Lig dying there, such a setback for the team. And again, you know, maybe they baited him. Maybe they told him to go there. Who knows? Who knows? I'm not sitting there on the stage right now. I'm sitting back here nice and comfy behind this desk as the Baron taken once again from Dorado Gaming, and the road to victory seems ever more shaky for the Saints with each interaction that goes by.
Yeah, now it's by far the longest game we've seen today, 34 minutes. Neither team able to close out quickly as ult's gonna come in from Miracle. They might spot out a pick on the Tristana. It's not deep enough though. There's a Nico ult that to everybody from the Saints, but they're still under the turret. Can Flocon stay alive? He's gonna go down. Down goes Miracle, and that should wrap it up. They're gonna find Maddie, and the last kill onto Lig comes through. Dorado Gaming, after losing game 1, they come back in game 2. And they're going to be able to win game 3 here and take the series, moving through in the winners bracket.
Unbelievable. All I'm going to say is I was right. I said game 1's a stop for the Saints. Game 2 is a stop for Dorado Gaming. Game 3 going to be a close, hard-fought battle. Ultimately going the way of Dorado Gaming, however. Very impressive game all around. What a series. The highs and lows were absolutely incredible. Couldn't ask for anything better. Well, I could have asked for the Saints to win, but you don't get what you want all the time.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, obviously, for the Saints. Definitely didn't expect to lose this one. Probably not going to be too happy with themselves after this one, but still, they have to make a lower bracket run. That's going to be tomorrow. That's all the games for today. So they got to mentally reset for tomorrow, get ready to play, and just have a short memory about this one.
Yeah. Well, maybe not a short memory. Maybe remember some things, like you know, what went wrong, what went right, and then forget everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Forget the feelings. But all these fights,
This looked good.
MVP for me at least is definitely this Nico.
Yeah.
Literally won the game off of the ultimates.
Every time.
Like, period.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely, with utter certainty. We saw one there. Gragas was still able to go down. We saw Udyr was having a great game as well. Again, that 700 gold bounty being evidence enough of that. Tristana, probably the most volatile member on Dorado Gaming. We saw some scary plays. Again, Lake going down here. He was already far behind, but somehow dying. Oh, well, it wasn't here. It was later on after all that terrible, terrifying stuff that we saw earlier. But again, look at that 4-man ultimate, and that just paves the path to victory. Miracle gets bombed backwards into the side of Dorado Gaming. Everyone gets disrupted. Flocon still able to do so much work, but ultimately ends up going the way of Dorado Gaming. Saints, they are fighting so hard, and again, somehow they're in that mid lane. Lake going down, representing such a huge swing. And
look
then
at
the
this.
5-man ult on the side of Dorado Gaming. It was represented the complete crumbling of St. Clair College. I don't even think Flocon didn't even have a chance to use the Zonias because of the Nico ult, the chain stuns into the follow-ups. It really did win them the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Maybe the stat line isn't as appetizing as you've ever seen on the Nico, but the ultimates, the timing of them, it was just too much for the Saints to handle. And a great job from Dorado. A good victory for them. They're going to be very happy with the fact that they're able to take down the Saints, who are a very, very strong team. But like after game 1, we thought this was going to be a quick one to wrap it up. Maybe St. Clair thought the same, and maybe that's what led to their demise.
Maybe. Ultimately, I definitely think this play mid might have, or not this play, but that play mid played a big role in that as well. Unfortunately, just after that huge advantage was caught for them, it slipped through their fingers and ended up losing the game. The stuns, I can't get over these Nico plays, just terrifying. I would be completely crushed. But if we're looking at the scoreboard here, again, it was so close. The scoreline doesn't tell you anything because is so back and forth, up and down, left and right, twists and turns all around. And again, Nuke's ultimates don't show up on the scoreboard either.
Yeah, I mean, you could see a lot of deaths there for the side of the Saints. 6, 6, 8, 5. Flocon had a great game in mid, but the rest of the team having a bit of a rougher time here. And on Dorado, I mean, just good job from everyone. Verdict and Nukes definitely, I think, the two standout players. That Udir was insanely valuable that game alongside Nico, and the rest of the team just did their jobs and did them very well. A very much deserved victory here for Dorado, and a great job for them heading into day 2.
Yeah, wouldn't disagree, wouldn't even dare. Saints played remarkably in this series, the previous series as well. It goes without saying, obviously they won that one, so they definitely did well. But this one, it's easy to forget how well they played in that first game. It's hopefully easy to forget how not so well they played in the second game, but I'll definitely never forget how well they played in this third game. And I also won't forget how not so great they played in this third game as well.
Yeah, it's a lot for them to think about, you know. It's probably one of the biggest tournaments they have all season, and to go down to the lower bracket this early, it was definitely not on their agendas. I think they might have been looking forward to some bigger, stronger opponents, and while doing that, forgot about Dorado Gaming, who came out here to play. I mean, they had a very strong showing in their first series of the day. They won 2-0 relatively easily against Rockboom's team over there, but Rockboom's team was a bit of a disaster from what I saw. But Dorado got some valuable experience from that game. Maybe figured out some things about the Saints, and
they interrogated him after they brought him back. Tell us what you know.
Tell us what you know. And, I mean, Udir was kind of a weird pick. We didn't expect it. Got picked out. It was definitely a very important part to Dorado's success.
For me, the shining pick of the day for me is still going to be that Tom Kench, unexpected pick, and had such a huge impact, I think, in all the ways that you wouldn't expect, and all the ways that mattered as well. So Tom Kench, huge, surprising pick. Udir, I don't want to say second, but it's the only one I can think off the top of my head right now. Everything else I felt was pretty bog standard. Maybe that Jace. Yeah, I guess the Jace surprised me, but yeah. Interesting picks all around.
Interesting picks. You know, Game 3 Fearless, we got to see it. And, you know, as you said, nothing too crazy. But, I mean, Nico support's not something you would see all the time. Tristana mid's not something you'd really see that often anymore. I don't know why. I mean, you saw how much damage that Tristana, even with the way he was playing Tristana, going
Wait, whoa, what's that supposed
a bit
to mean?
aggressive at times.
Okay.
But on other times, he knew he could go that aggressive because of his insane damage. One shot the Callista over and over. one-shot the Pantheon over and over. And here's our MVP. It's gonna be the Tristana. 9 kills, 5 deaths, 3 assists, 44 kill participation. I mean, towards the later parts of that game, I could definitely see the Tristana doing a lot of work, and I think in those later team fights was definitely one of the bigger problems for St. Clair.
Yeah. I only think that was possible because of Nuke's ultimates and Verdict just being a huge burden in the back line and the front line and the mid line. Basically every line the Saints could draw, he was a burden on them. Completely insurmountable force. He had a 700 gold bounty for a reason. But again, Tristana, I think at the end of the game ultimately was the threat that you had to address, and they just weren't able to address it.
Yeah, big threat. Great job from Dorado Gaming here. They have some tougher opponents coming up in their upper bracket run. I think they're playing the 3 seed in the entire tournament in their next series. So wishing Dorado a lot of luck. But that's going to be it for us today. So thank you to our sponsors. We have Tim Hortons, Subway, Alienware, St. Clair SRC, and St. Clair Alumni Association. Thank you everyone in the back who made this stream possible. There
Absolutely.
were a lot of people back there today, but without
A lot of
them,
people here today in general.
yeah, there's a lot of League
So
of
many
Legends
people.
stuff going on. It's a great time. Thank you, Daniil, for joining me up on this broadcast.
My pleasure.
My name's been Theo. Thank you guys for watching. We're going to be here tomorrow around the same time to watch our Saints make a lower bracket run. And with all that being said, thank you guys for watching. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your day.